Good morning and welcome to the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Workshop. Please stand and join us for a moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the Texas flag. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Trustees present, starting on your left and my right, are trustees Audrey Pinkerton, trustee Lou Blackburn, who's getting some bacon, trustee Dan Mitchke, we have trustee Justin Henry, trustee Justin Marshall, and I am Edwin Flores. Trustee Resendez will most likely not be joining us. He's at a funeral and he was honored to be a pallbearer, so he will not be joining us today. So, we won't be doing anything new in his district because he's not here to fight for it. No, I'm just kidding. We're joined by our Superintendent of Schools, Michael Hinojosa. And do we have any public or elected officials present other than the trustees? Well, we said. So we have two items on the agenda today. We're going to have our discussion on the 86th Texas Legislative Agenda and the Long Range Facilities Master Plan. Mr. Superintendent, if you'll lead the discussion on 3.01, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the board. Welcome. We're going to follow a process to come up with our legislative agenda. I do want to be fully transparent that we followed this process with the staff, and we've come up with our preferred legislative agenda, but that is just from the staff perspective. I was hoping we'd have more board members here, but we have enough to get a voice from the board. What I want to do is go through that process. It'll take us about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll generate ideas. We'll put them up on the board. And then after we get your ideas fleshed out, then I would like to then show you what the administration has come up with. And then we'll need to see if there are missing things on the two, because really the district needs to have one legislative agenda. And let me tell you why. Because beginning with the end in mind, the legislative session starts in January. Actually, we have an election in November, but actually a lot of bills are already being drafted, and there's a pre-filing period, and everybody kind of knows that if a bill has a low number, it is a priority to the leadership, whether it's the leadership in the House or the Senate or the governor's office. So you can tell right away, Senate Bill 1 and House Bill 1, whatever it turns out to be, they're going to get a push through the committees real fast. As you know, the committee work starts January is ceremonial. Most of the committee work is February, and then by March, they actually have to, if it's not filed by then, it's probably not going to make it. So we also want to we're scheduled to have a breakfast or a meeting with our delegation. Pam Lear, do you know when that meeting is scheduled? October 9th, we have a meeting with our delegation. So we'd like to be pretty clear and succinct with our delegation about what we have planned as a board. So this process, if you allow me to go through the process, it's pretty quick, and it gets everybody's voice in it, and then we can get through rather quickly. It's called a nominal group technique, and so we're going to engage in that right now. So what I'd like for the board members to do is think about things that support, help, ideas, whether they're finance, whether they're accountability, whether they're whatever it might be that the state, safety, whatever the state has an impact and can help us with, I want you to think about it. But I want you to be very succinct, because in a moment, right now, I'm going to have you silently generate as many ideas as you want to advocate for. So in a moment, I'm going to have you write down as many ideas as you can, and then we'll do at least a double round robin to get your ideas on the board. But you need to be succinct. We don't need a sermon, so we don't need, a dissertation. So if your number one priority is to abolish TEA, that's 2 words. So in 6 words or less, you need to put your main context. So, okay, that's a great point. You got to be realistic. I mean, you can wish for anything, but if it doesn't have any chance, but we might want to hear your idea. So whether it's, we've had this controversial A through F thing, or we have school finance, or we have Robin Hood, we have all of these things that are out there. So right now, I'll give the board a few minutes to silently generate as many topics in 6 words or less that you want to put on the agenda, including abolishing TEA.
Do you have the feedback from the lady we met? Does she have
Yeah. She gave me her stuff. Looks like most people are winding down, so we're going to start here taking individual board members' feedback. It's okay to pass. If someone gets your idea and it's already up there, there's no need to belabor it. So there's going to be like 3 steps in this process. We're going to just throw the ideas out there, the 6 words or less. Everybody gets a chance to throw 1, 2, and it's okay to pass. We're not going to clarify, and 2 of them may be very similar. But we don't pass judgment because Lou may mean one thing about pre-K and Dustin may mean something else about pre-K. We'll just throw the ideas up there. Step 2 will be clarification and combination. And then step 3 will be then prioritizing. And so, but there's a process for each one of those. So Ms. Pinkerton, if you're ready, you'll give us your first one.
Okay, well, my first idea is a recapture fund should be incremental to public education spending. Recapture funds
Incremental.
should be used incremental to public education spending. Keep the money in public ed, but not supplant
Yeah, got it.
state funding.
All right. We'll clarify more in just a moment. All right, we got one idea up there. Dr. Blackburn.
Well, I was just saying reform school funding with the intent of doing away with or replacing recapture.
All right, reform school funding. We'll do explanations and combinations in a moment. Dan Mitchgate.
I've got a lot of them, but I'll just give you one. More funding for pre-K.
More funding for pre-K.
Funding full-day pre-K. That was mine.
You want to pass or you want to add?
Oh, I
Or
can
you
add
give-
another
you
one.
give a separate one.
I can do a separate one.
right.
So I'd say that we should fund high-performing teachers.
Fund high-performing teachers.
Mine already used, I'll add one, and it's invested in strong teacher recruitment training programs, especially the higher ed level at our state
Invest in
universities.
strong teacher recruitment programs.
Including at our state institutions.
Was Lou's abolish Robin Hood?
No.
Did you go that far? Okay, well, if that's not up there, I want that up there.
Let's put it up there. Let's put
abolish
it up there.
Robin Hood.
We'll argue about it in a minute. Yeah. Abolish Robin Hood. That's easy. That's 6 words or less.
Yeah, I was keeping my limit.
Yeah. Well, you get to go again now. So you get round 2.
I would say increase the general allotment.
Increase the basic allotment.
Pass, mine are up there.
Justin's are up there. All right. Edwin?
Oh, fund innovative middle school solutions.
Fund innovative
That's a
middle
good one.
school solutions. The next frontier. Dan?
And unfunded mandates.
End unfunded mandates.
All right, increase the additional allotment for the weights and allotments for economically disadvantaged English language learners, at-risk students.
Okay, increase formula allotments. I had to get it down to 6 words because Dan is very verbose.
ELL.
All right, Lou? Dr. Blackburn?
Well, I guess mine's already up there. I was going to say universal pre-K.
Yeah, it's up there, okay. And Ms. Pinkerton?
Just adding a little bit to one that's been said before, but an inflationary index for the basic allotment.
Inflationary index for basic allotment.
That's probably the most realistic one up there.
Yeah. Okay, now, we've had 2 rounds.
I got more.
Okay,
Are
no,
we
that's
done?
what I was going to say. You've had 2 rounds, and some people have passed, but now, if there's something else that hadn't been said, you get a chance to throw something else up there. Anybody want to add another one?
Just one?
Yeah. Well, we'll go start with one until we,
Funding transportation.
funding transportation. All right? Dustin Marshall.
More funding for special ed.
More funding for special ed. Let's let the ladies catch up. Okay, we're good, Edwin.
Funding early college high schools.
Funding early college high schools. Did y'all get that up there? Okay. Anybody else have anything that's really burning platform that needs to be put up there that's not similar?
But going along with what Edwin was talking about, I was thinking more of funding community college tuition.
Funding community college tuition.
I'd probably edit that to like college access, so it included college counselors as well.
Pam, let's add a separate one. Funding for college oh, she has it. All right, now, it looks like we've exhausted all the ideas unless we have something else that's burning platform. All right, now let's go through. All right, Pam, read the very first one out loud.
Recapture funds should be used incrementally for public spending.
Does anybody have any question about what Audrey meant by that?
What did you mean by that?
What did you mean by that, Audrey?
Keep recapture in public ed.
Yeah,
That's what it
keep
should say.
recapture in education, but what happens a lot of times is that the more non-state sources increase, such as local property taxes, the lower the state contribution gets, and so that's what I meant by incremental, whatever we were going to fund, and then the recapture
Got it.
goes on top
And
of
the
that.
state spends some of the money that it's recaptured on things unrelated to education.
Right, or they could say, well, no, we spend it on education, but they slash their contribution to public ed by the same amount. Net, we haven't gained anything.
Supplanting.
So I hear two things. So let's make sure we're clear on this, because in a moment, we're going to be choosing which ones are going to be your priorities. One is the Plano phenomenon, where you pay your property taxes to the state, to the school district, and everybody thinks the school district gets it, but actually they get $4.1 billion that they use on transportation and healthcare and other costs. They don't put it back in public ed. And the other thing I hear is state share. The state share, at one time when Bush was governor, wanted it to be 50 state, 50 local. Well, now it's like 32% state and the rest is local. So did I mishear something, or is it both of those, Audrey? You're the author, so you can.
Yeah, no. I think you're teasing out a couple of ideas that are embodied in this concept, and I'm very open to having it reworded in a way that makes sense.
But you're talking about both. Yeah.
Yeah.
So really what they're doing is they're diverting. So and the diversion of funds paid for public education from public education to other parts of the general budget. I mean, the patent office used to do this. They would collect all this money, and then they'd return in fees, and then give the government $1 billion that wouldn't stay in the system, and they called it diversion. We're diverting the money. And so that's just the same concept. It's just I think that word diverting helps understand what they're doing.
Should I change that to?
No, let's leave it. I think we had a good discussion. And when we go vote, we can have some more explanation. The second one is reform school funding. Anything to add, Lou? Are both of those things part of that?
It's kind of, keep most of the recapture, but send as little as possible out. And the part that we do send, make sure that it stays in education. In the supplanting, that's basically what they're doing. So we know how much we're going to pay for education. If you give us too much, okay, we're going to take part of ours away.
Okay, well, in a moment, we're going to ask you too if y'all want to combine yours, because that'll be important later. The next one is very different. Funding for pre-K. Dan, any questions for Dan? Dan, you got something else to comment?
Restore full-day funding for pre-K, for 4-year-olds, and also and then for the first time ever, fund full-time pre-K for 3-year-olds.
That's very clear. Anybody have any questions?
Well, I might argue that should be universal pre-K funding instead of eligible students. I don't know if that's a separate
And what do you mean by universal? That's even for
Every kid,
every kid, even if they don't qualify under the current state requirements.
yes,
All right,
yes.
are you willing to accept that amendment, Dan? Universal?
Well, again, going back to being realistic, I would love to see that, because I actually do believe that, what we've learned about brain development shows that pre-K and kindergarten are as important as first grade. But I think realistically that the best we could hope for would be full-day pre-K funding for eligible 3- and 4-year-olds.
Dan, your opening negotiation position's always got to be extreme, buddy.
Well, we have a similar one, so not to belabor it, I think it's going to be on both agendas. So let's,
Universal law.
no, not for now, just for discussion. Let's keep it going. The next one is fund high-performing teachers. That's very specific. Anybody have any questions about that? Nope, okay. The next one is abolish Robin Hood. That's very specific and very clear. Okay, that's the key. If you abolish it, what are you going to replace it with? But right now, I think there is a lot of synergy to do something about Robin Hood. But
Bipartisan.
when it first started, it was only Highland Park and Alamo Heights and Eanes and a couple of West Texas mineral districts that were, but now there are like 400 districts that are in Robin Hood or in recapture. So there's a lot of momentum but they got to replace it with something. So let's just leave it up there for now, and then we'll see what the voting does. The next one, funding innovative middle school. That's new and different. Any question about that? Okay, and the next one, read that out loud, Pam.
Increase additional allotment for formula, i.e., where you can just.
Yeah, that's a little bit different, but those weights are very important. And those weights are very important to Dallas ISD, but those weights are also part of the basic allotment. And right now, there's a lot of conversation about the cost of education index, the bilingual weight, the special ed weight. So all of those, we will have to have a discussion about that, and that is a huge impact to us. Any questions about that? All right, funding transportation. That's very specific. Let me just add a couple of notes to that. They have not changed the formula for transportation funding since like the 1980s. But also there's a different caveat there. Chapter 41 districts don't get transportation, the reimbursement, mileage reimbursement. So those are two different things there. And what's the last one down there? Is that it?
Community college tuition.
All right, community college tuition, that's very specific. All right, let's go back to the right. Stephanie, can you read that top one?
Invest in strong teacher recruitment programs.
That's very clear and specific. Any questions about that?
So, I don't know if it's a question, it's more of, including support for, early childhood, teachers in the early childhood space. I mean, teachers, well, we think K-12, but that early learning part, I think, needs to,
Yeah,
Just a thought.
and that could go a lot of different directions, but also that could include funding for Teach for America, that it could include funding for early colleges that do teacher preparation, that could go to funding colleges of education that produce traditional teachers, and that also could go to funding high-quality alternative certification. So I think it's broad enough to have voice, but the devil's going to be in the details when they vote. All right, let's go to the next one.
Increase the basic allotment.
Okay. That's more general, but we'll talk about that because you'll see ours in a moment. All right, the next one.
End unfunded mandates. I would have put an exclamation on that one if I could.
Yeah, that's very specific and very clear. Next one.
Add inflationary index for basic allotment.
That's very clear. Of course, how they fund it is going to be very interesting, but that is very clear. Next one.
Funding for special education. Increase.
Yeah. No. Okay, that's also part of the weights. Yeah, but it's clear, we got clarity on what it is. In a moment, we may let the authors combine theirs. All right, what's the next one?
Fund early college high school.
Okay, that's very clear. And the last one?
Fund college access.
Let's hear more about that. What was the?
I was thinking that was part of the community college funding on the other page. I was just talking about funding counselors.
Okay. All right, now here, the next step is very important in a moment because you're going to get to vote on these. But right now, you don't want to vote on, you don't want items that are so similar to compete with each other. For example, let me give you one very specific example. Funding special ed, that could be part of the formula, increasing the allotment for all those student groups. And if you keep them separate, you're going to dilute the vote. But the authors have to agree to combine those. You good?
Yes.
Add special ed over there and wipe out the one about special ed. We can add special ed over there. Okay, any others can be combined. 1 and 2 are very similar about reform school funding and also so anybody else want to combine some things? 'Cause in a moment, we're going to make a decision. The two on the bottom of each page. Maybe we ought to call it a general category of college access, including early college and counselors. I think those need to go together. Otherwise, you're going to dilute the votes. All three of those. Are all the authors okay with combining those? In a minute. Are any others that are gonna be combined? And Ms. Foreman, if you'll, Trustee Foreman, you'll be thinking about what's not up there in a moment. We're gonna read to you what we put up there, and if there's something that's missing, you'll have a chance to add something that we've left off. But anybody else willing to combine it, because we gotta get to vote in a minute. We gotta move on. We got a lot of work to do today.
Is it reform school funding either part of the first one or part of all?
Yes. In fact, all three of those could be together. But maybe, no. Yeah. Maybe abolish Robin Hood needs to be standalone. Lou, are you willing to put yours with Audrey's?
Well, my reform school funding is kind of a general topic anyway.
And hers is a little bit more specific, but if you dilute them, then they'll both get votes. And when you have priorities, you only get 5 priorities. Not everything's not a priority.
I don't mind.
Okay, let's combine 1 and 2. All right, now,
Do you want it just to say reform?
including reforming school funding. Yeah, so 1 and 2 are together. All right, let me, now for Ms. Trustee Foreman's benefit, let me go over what we have. Because now we have enough difference. All right, let's stop the alpha right there. Okay, alpha A is about recapture, incremental public spending while we're reforming school funding. B is pre-K. The next one is high-performing teachers. The next one is Robin Hood. The next one is middle school. The next one is increased additional allotment formulas, all the formulas. The next one is transportation. The next one is community colleges, all the early college access. The next one is teacher recruitment. The next one is just increasing the basic allotment. The next one is funding unfunded mandates. And then the last one is add an inflationary index for the basic allotment. How about, can we combine increase the basic allotment and adding an inflationary index? Those two should probably be combined, right?
We can do, increase the basic allotment.
With an inflationary index. Anybody opposed to combining those two?
They are different, right? I mean, one is decrease the current absolute level, and then you can do both separately.
Yeah, but it's going to dilute the vote. But if you do one of them, it makes sense to add the inflationary index to keep it going in future years. But if the authors don't want to combine them, we need to get the vote.
Yeah, and let me just elaborate a little bit. One of the reasons that I think an inflationary index is important is so school boards can know in advance what their funding is going to be for the next year. So if we have a legislative session coming up like we do this year, we really don't know, is the basic allotment going to be flat and we get what we got last year, or will there be any increase, et cetera? And that type of an index or some sort of incremental increase that the school district could count on every year would be, I think, very helpful to the planning process.
Okay, well then let's leave them separate and see where it goes. Trustee Foreman, anything to add that we haven't put up there that's important to you?
Well, just a question regarding the pre-K funding. Is that for full-day pre-K
Yes.
funding? Because that doesn't indicate that.
Yes.
So it would be for full-day pre-K funding? I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's for full day.
And the other thing that has been an interest to me, since charter schools keep continuing to take our children, something in the aspect of making charter schools more accountable, or the same accountability that the ISDs have. Where is that on there?
That's not up there. Now, so,
I'm just trying to capture it correctly, and it's not right. Required charter schools
Same accountability or similar accountability.
be held similarly accountable.
Yeah.
okay, all right. All right, now we've got enough topics up there, now we can go to the next step. We've clarified, all right. Pam, if you'll put an alpha, so, C, D. Yeah, transportation was G. I is charter we've got, now what you're gonna have to do is get up and go over to the board, but you need to take an index card. You need to take this index card, and you get one index card. Yeah, you'll pass these around, Dr. Wilson. One index card, and on this index card, take one and pass them around there. On your index card, you write these numbers: 10, 8, 5, 3, and 1. On your index card, you write the numbers 10, 8, 5, 3, and 1. 10, 8, 5, 3, and 1. So now, you're going to have to get up and walk over here, and if you think,
I'm going to vote for Miguel Anheim.
so, no, you can't vote for, no proxy votes here. So, we're about to explain that. So 10 is your highest priority. Whatever your highest priority, you need to just write the alpha. If your highest priority is A, put it beside your 10, you get 5 votes, but they weigh more, some of them weigh more. So you can only get 5 priorities. So pick yours. If high-performing teachers is your highest thing, put 10 beside, put C beside your 10. So you get 5 items to pick from. And I'm gonna have Larry, since he's an auditor and accountant, pick up your cards. When you're finished voting, hold your card up, Larry's gonna come get your card.
No, Larry. I need 5.
If you're finished, if you got your 5, Larry's gonna come get your card. I can't believe y'all can see that board.
Barely.
The handwriting over there.
Oh, you're young. I forgot how young you are. See, Dan had to get up. I thought he was finished.
I can't read these little.
You just act young, I guess. Okay, Larry, I think Justin's finished. The newest board member's already finished. He's showing up these veteran board members.
I don't know what I don't know.
At least you admit it, some don't.
He's not that tall. Pam, you're not done. You need to come back and quit eating, come back and help us. You got any cards left? All right. What we're gonna do is, Pam, you'll read out the numbers, you'll hand it to Larry, Larry, make sure I'm making mistakes.
Okay, A is 10. M, 8. H, 5. B, 3. K, 1.
Here you go. 59.
Stepping up that road in pencil.
Okay, thank you. That was quick. Thank you for your work. Number one by far is A, and we got 59 points. Your second highest priority is pre-K, 34 points. Then we have a lot of natural stratification. We have a 14, a 14, a 10, a 10, a 13, an 18. So there's pre-K and school funding are your number one and two by far. Then there's a lot of them that are close. So let us capture this, but let me also tell you that just about everything got a vote. But also some, let me see, on this first one, how many board members are here? 7. This one got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 7 board members voted on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 7 board members voted on pre-K. And then you see that this one had 1, 2, 3, 4 board members. It only got 14, but it was 4. Over half the board members here felt that it was important. So we'll capture that this one had 2. We'll capture, and for some of y'all, your number one choice. And 2 of them, like M and D, was the number one choice of the board member. So we need to capture that voice and put that in place. We'll go write this up. We'll get it back to you next week. But now let me show you what the staff came up with. We also took the opportunity, since we've been working on this for a few months, it's amazing how the board and the staff think the same, independently. Yep. So, in front of you.
Gave us 6 words and you were in paragraph.
No. The title is 6 words. Hey, we get paid a lot of money. We get paid a lot of money. Y'all don't get paid any. So that's, you don't get any words. You don't get any money. So. Okay, so if you can see our first one, it incorporates a lot of the things that you all talked about, but you added some things that we hadn't talked about. So that's how this process is supposed to work. Significantly increase the basic allotment and related issues. So what do we mean by that? Initially, we had 2 different ones. We had increase the basic allotment, and then we also said increase the equalized wealth level. But we combined them, and also, if you notice, that commission that's working on, they're looking at all of these formulas. They're doing away with the cost of education index, but Larry will tell you that is the one that it gets the most revenue for us. And if they do away with cost of education index and they don't significantly increase the basic allotment, then we get hurt. So we're analyzing that committee. If they significantly increase the basic allotment, it takes most districts out of recapture. It would be very small number of districts left in recapture. Back to the original, maybe 10 to 15 that are always going to be in recapture because their wealth per student is so high. So we also embedded a lot of your conversations in our first one. We thought full funding for pre-K, we didn't have some of the nuances about universal and others, but we had that there. We also know that fund, it didn't get a lot of votes up there, but we know that there's some momentum for funding a pot of money for a TEI-like state fund. And we thought it was important to put that in there. School safety, right now, with all the issues, we felt it was important to add that. And Yvonne made us aware of some significant issues with instructional materials allotment, the IMA, and especially how it impacts English learners with the materials. So those are the 5 that we came up with. So what we're going to do, we're going to capture these 2, and I'll talk to the board chair, take your ideas, merge them with our ideas so that we can have one legislative platform. But if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So as you can see, we combine some things, but these 5, all of these are about money, if you look at ours. But there are 5 different distinct areas. Almost all of yours are about money, but there are different ideas up there. So before we close this portion of the meeting and figure out how we get this back to you so we can have one agenda by our meeting with our delegation, I want to open it up to any other questions, comments, or concerns of board members. Yes, Mr. Marshall.
So I know running a process like this is tough to get multiple different people to coalesce around one set of principles. But the one element of this process that's missing is any eye towards what's actually politically feasible and realistic. And I think we need to be thoughtful about prioritizing items that could actually happen, where there's some bipartisan momentum around them. And I'm not sure that our votes would tend to reflect the reality of the legislature. And so I hope that when we come up with the final list from this exercise and from yours, that we're taking into consideration, what's worth putting our muscle behind, with an eye towards what could actually happen.
That's a huge point. It's a huge point, and I failed to mention that. Whatever our legislative agenda is, our platform, and underneath there will be individual planks. And what he's talking about is very important, because there may be things that we can get done, that are reasonable. But also, we also make a statement with even though they may not pass, if the second biggest district in Texas talks about these things are very important, we may have an opportunity to have some cachet. Now, a lot of our elected officials aren't chairmen of key committees. And what gets in a committee structure, what gets a hearing, is hugely important. What this Finance Commission is doing is hugely important. But let us think that through. We maybe even come up with, this is what we stand for, and here's what we know we can support that has a legitimate chance of passing, is basically what you're saying. And so let us put some thought to how we do that and bring that to you for final adoption. Since the delegation, tell me that date again, Pam? October 9th? We have an early briefing, don't we, in October?
Yes.
On the 4th. So, Mr. Chairman, you and I need to talk about maybe having an action item before that briefing for a final adoption, if we feel like we need a vote before we go to the delegation. But let us try to make sense of this thing and bring it back to you. Yes, Trustee Foreman.
So, excuse me, one of the things that I often think about is that we're not an island. And we have the whole Metroplex around us, and what are we doing to ensure that our agenda is somewhat similar? Because if we do it collectively, we have a better chance of getting things done. So what are we doing as a district? Because one of the things that I do know is that certain people have their own individual agendas. But if we look collectively at the overall Metroplex and trying to join with some of the other districts, maybe we would have a better shot at getting some of our things passed.
That's a huge point. I happen to be the legislative chair for the Texas Urban Council. We're meeting this week at convention. Every district is going through, coming up with their ideas. We're going to meet together about what's on. That's why it was very important that we do this now. So I now at least have both versions of staff and board version. They're doing the similar things. We're a lot more like the Urban Council than we are some of our neighbors. But I know TASB does theirs, but they're an umbrella organization. TAS is an umbrella organization. They don't look like us, but the Urban Council does look like us. And we do have the same issues with that are up here about weights and transportation and, college access and pre-K. So I imagine that the Urban Council will be very similar to what we come up with as well. But once again, they don't have key members on committees. So how do we influence that? So that's another thing. Mr. Mitchke.
Well, I agree with both the points that Trustee Marshall made about being realistic and Trustee Foreman's point about collaborating with other districts. But I actually do think, as I look through this list, that it is realistic to ask for changes in the basic allotment and related issues. It's realistic to ask for full-day pre-K funding. The legislature has done that in the past, and all the studies since 2011, when they eliminated it, have supported that idea. So I look through the list that we've put together, and I think it actually does meet the test of being realistic, and I think we could get a lot of buy-in from other districts. And it would just be a question of how you get everybody together to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think you're right. It depends on how you define the word significantly increase the basic allotment. That's what portion of that is realistic. Yeah, but that's a great point. Dr. Blackburn?
Along the same line, I always ask people if they bring me a problem, bring me at least one possible solution. So of the 5 that the administration has come up with, hopefully you guys will put some numbers as to how this could possibly work out. Maybe with Larry and Mocha Casey and whoever else that you might be able to pull in to say, how would we fund pre-K? And, you know, somebody's from the state, kind of like Larry, they all think the same. If you're going to put more money here, you're going to take money from someplace else. I say if you're going to put more money into pre-K, pull it from the recapture. At least the recapture stays in education. Right now, recapture is supplanting the state's contribution to education.
Yeah, one other comment. I think that both to Trustee Marshall and Trustee Mitchke's points, I think a lot of these are realistic because the commission has been looking at the basic allotment. But the devil's in the details. And how do we get hurt? I'm disappointed to hear now that the governor has made pre-K less of a priority again. So pre-K is in jeopardy. But I think the strategic fund for compensation, huh? Well, I just heard inside baseball stuff this week that all of a sudden it's not a big priority anymore. But strategic funding for compensation, that's as realistic, because that's been in the commission and is getting a lot of legs.
That's my concern, is that the 2 things up there that are the most bipartisan scored lowly in our assessment.
Yeah.
So I think abolish Robin Hood and pay for high-performing teachers are the most likely things that
will
could happen.
Yeah.
And we rated them low. So I get that we have differing perspectives around what we would like to see happen, but we need to live in reality and try to push for the things that could actually happen.
So it goes to, if we try to abolish Robin Hood, how does that come back as far as funding education? Or
And what's
are you
the
saying we should
replacement?
stay local? The funding should stay local?
Yeah.
Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, be careful what you ask for. And of course, and also the school safety funding, I thought that was going to get a lot more legs, but in the commissioner's request, he only requested $50 million for the whole state in school safety. That won't go very far. But anyway, we have some direction, we have some input, and then we'll try to schedule something for finalization before we get our agenda finalized.
I have one thing.
Yeah, we have, trustee.
Yeah, and then I'll be brief. I know we're talking about realistic and what will actually work down there, but I think it's also important the district the size of the ISD, especially if we start reaching out to other people in our region, that we send a signal to the state, to voters, to officials, people thinking about running, what's important for this urban district. So I think we need realistic goals, but we also need some things that send a message out there to let folks know what's important to large urban districts that are doing well. And people respond. You'll see, I think. So I don't want us to be limited by what's possible.
We need both. We'll find a way to have both. Thank you for your feedback and your participation, Mr. Chairman.
So, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. So at your chair, we also Gina reminded me to remind you that we have our Dallas ISD trustee required disclosure under CFA legal that's sitting in front of you, and I understand we need to sign these, or fill them out and sign them before the meeting is over. And so next is the 3.02 Long Range Facilities Master Plan. One of the reasons, just so that you know, that we chose to do the retreat here at Jose Joe May Elementary School was that, we could be in one of our new facilities so that we, got the feel for, and I know it's a little out of the way, but so we got the feel for what, our kids could, the kind of schools that our kids could be attending, and that's kind of a way to introduce Scott and the team and to start discussing the long-range facilities master plan. And so, and by the way, folks don't know who Jose Joe May was. He was a trustee who died in office when I was first on the board. I think Lou and I served with him. And was a great guy and a great advocate for kids. So that's why we named a school after him. Yeah?
Oh, yes.
Michael does.
I remember those glasses that he couldn't afford. He always had a paper clip inside his reading glasses.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll like to take this off. So we're going to divide the rest of the session, and it's very important how we go through this process. So I'm going to start us off, and then we're talking about the big picture, and then we're going to have our consultants come up and show you the plan. And then we're going to come up with, and then we'll probably take a break for lunch at that time, because we're going to go slow, because you haven't had this information ahead of time. And then we have staff recommendations, and then I'm going to close it at the end. And so let me just go ahead and get started with that. So here's where we are. We've been working on this for a year. So someone's driving. Oh, I guess I'm driving. And so this is aligned with what we've been working on. Of course, you've seen this page many times about our strategic initiatives, our student outcome goals, and the focus things that we've been working on. And that has gotten us to where we are today. People were very serious about the Learning by Design framework, and we spent a lot of time with our that framework, and that was a lot of people that got involved in that. We had so many people give us feedback about classrooms of the future. We also looked at our district technology plan, and you've seen how that has culminated, and we have some decisions that we've made there. And then we've been working on this long-range facilities master plan. So there's two things that you're going to be hearing about today for the first time in thoroughness. And you're going to be getting some other documents to take home and study. We're not going to give them to you right now because you're going to go straight to your schools and we'll lose your attention. So you're going to get some nice books that you get to take home and thoroughly analyze and put your sticky notes on and come back to us. Everybody's going to want to do that. But then this afternoon, after lunch, we're going to give you our near final strategic facilities plan. And it is going to have some striking information in it. But we're calling it near final because we need your feedback. And so I just want you to know that's kind of where we're going. Right now, we have 221 campuses in 2014-15, and 99 of them are over 60 years old. And it shows the average age of schools across the country, but also shows the average age of schools in Dallas. We've also had some interesting issues come up. One of the things, and let me tell you, I'm very proud of this board and I'm very proud of this staff, despite the challenges that we have. We still have some issues with transportation, but fixing transportation is linear. Once we figure out the staffing, the routing, those things, the purchasing, we'll solve that problem. That's linear. Solving a budget problem is linear because you only got revenue and you only got expenditures. Now, it's very painful to solve those problems sometimes, but that's linear. Increasing student achievement is not linear. And the fact that, because you're dealing with babies, you're dealing with bodies, you're dealing with minds, and the fact that we've made tremendous progress on something that's nonlinear is pretty amazing. But the other thing that's nonlinear is market share. And we were talking about market share a few years ago, when we made it one of the board goals, and then we kept losing kids, and then it looked like this chart right here, the blue line was where we were going to end up. But this year, we now think we're going to be somewhere between the blue and the green line, because now we know we're not on that blue trajectory going straight down, because market share, we've been able to do some things to attract families to come back to Dallas ISD, and we're in the process of analyzing all that data and getting that to you. So I think, we'll be sharing more with this at the end, is how do we make that trend line go up? How do we because this is the data that was given to us by our demographer. And the most likely scenario was the green line, best case scenario was the blue line, and the worst case scenario the solid blue line was the worst case scenario. So now, it's pretty amazing that we've actually had an impact on that, even though that's nonlinear. All right, so now, remember, we're in this for the long game. So, as we start analyzing and having these discussions, and I know you just got it, and we're not asking you to make any decisions right now. We're asking you to take the information in, ask questions. We're not going to rush. But in the end, we need to make the best decisions for the long term of Dallas about how we renovate and modernize our campuses. We'd like to have a 10-year outlook, and we need to have some courageous conversations in this room about where our future goes. And at some point, when you see what we're laying out, all I'm going to do is ask you to breathe and breathe, because we are looking at some things that are pretty significant about how we'd like to move forward. But we're not asking you to make any decisions now, but we ask at some point we'll come back to you. So the chairman is going to probably have to schedule another meeting, and a couple of trustees always remind us about operational costs. And I'll just give a very small example. I lived in a brownstone that was built in 1994. My electrical bills were in the summer were $750. So I moved to a building that's in the high rise. Both of them are 2,500 square feet. I go up 11 stories in the air, hot air rises, but now my electrical bills are $200 a month, because those systems are efficient, they're new, and so that has an impact. All of these, so I want you to think about those kinds of examples as we go through this entire process. So that's to get us jump started, and I just ask you to breathe. So Scott, I'll turn it over to you, and make sure if the board members quit breathing, you let me know.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. Good morning, everyone. Irene Nagaglione and Todd Spohr are coming up. They're with PBK Architects, who did the long-range plan for us. We'll share a lot of information with you today, and as Dr. Hinojosa said, this is near final because none of you have had the opportunity to look at the data, and we want to make sure you're able to completely vet the data, ask your questions, and we also want to, we had principals input throughout the process, but we haven't had a chance yet to vet the final plan for each school with the principals, so we hope to do that over this next month. We would like to bring the final plan to the board at the November board briefing, so that's our plan right now. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Irene. We'll spend about an hour to an hour and a half on the long-range plan, and then we'll cover the strategic facilities plan after lunch. Irene?
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, Dr. Hinojosa and members of the board. It is our pleasure to be here today to report to you the findings from the Long-Range Facilities Master Plan. As Scott said, we have a lot of information to share with you, so we're going to go slowly and share the data that hopefully will help the district make some decisions strategically moving forward. So, oh, that's not mine.
It's the other PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Can you back that out?
Excuse me, is this posted online, this presentation? Or, okay, so we're going to have to look at these TV screens.
Is it posted?
I don't have
Is it
a
not
copy, I
posted?
just have one.
Did he say not posted?
Not posted.
Why not? Why is this not posted? The public has a right to put this information. So somebody explain why it's not posted.
Can we post it?
So I believe trustee Foreman has a question about why it's not posted. My guess is you guys were working on this till the very.
Actually, we were still working on it yesterday. I got the final version yesterday afternoon.
Okay, so we can post it as soon
Dr.
as.
Hinojosa, but
Thank-
I clearly understand you working on it, but one of the things that, I'm sorry, one of the things that we try to do is on all of our briefings and all of our meetings is try to have the backup document posted so the community has an opportunity to see what we're doing. And in this case, and I've noticed more of this lately, we need to make sure that we do our due diligence and make sure that the community has this information that we have. It's bad enough that the trustees are just not getting it.
Well, my apologies for that. Is there any way to get it posted now? Okay, so
Thank
they're in
you.
the
So-
process of getting it posted right now.
So if y'all will continue the presentation, thank you.
So,
This screen has gone down.
yeah, I just don't know it.
There it is. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to go over the context of how we took all the information and why some of the information was selected to be shared. We are going to go, we're going to share with you findings.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you wait till this comes up so I can follow along? I don't have anything in front of me, and sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
It's also behind us.
I'll turn around, sorry.
We can look that way, go ahead.
Okay, so like I said, we're going to go over the context of how we arrived at the data that we were looking at. We're going to share with you the findings of studying the building age in the district. We're going to talk about how we did the capacity study and the utilization study and what our findings were district-wide. We're also going to talk to you about how we did the facilities assessment and how we arrived at the priorities and give you findings, again, district-wide. We'll talk a little bit about the building educational adequacy findings and what that means district-wide, and then we'll give you findings and directions in the end, something to consider moving forward. Lastly, we'll leave you with some future considerations that we heard as we met with the different people in the district and information that we found along the way. And then we'll open to questions. Okay, so in context. So we decided to follow the methodology that was used by the National Center for Statistics when they did the assessment of the condition of America's public schools. And what they did in that report is they looked at the main factors, which were building age, building capacity and utilization, building condition, which is what the assessment was able to identify, and then finally, building educational adequacy or obsolescence of your buildings. So here are the findings. We're going to go over each one of them, and we'll summarize at the end of each of the findings. So the first thing we looked at is the age of your buildings. And while age is not the only factor when you're considering the condition of facilities, it does bring challenges with it. We know there's plenty of old buildings across the United States, but unless you do a major renovation to those buildings and alter the functional age of the building, those buildings come with challenges. Like, for example, they were built for another era, so the room sizes are too small. They don't meet current TEA standards, they don't meet current building codes, they don't meet your educational specifications requirements. There's also, the building shells are obsolete and don't accommodate current systems. Whenever some of your buildings were built, and Dr. Hinojosa alluded to the fact that you have 99 buildings that are over 60 years old, a lot of these buildings were built when air conditioning was not a requirement. So to add air conditioning to these buildings has created challenges. You have to lower ceilings. You have to try to run piping and systems through buildings that were not designed to do that. Technology is also challenged in some of these buildings because of the way that the buildings were built. And then lastly, you have challenges with compliance with current codes and regulations. If you look at some of your buildings, being able to provide ADA or Texas accessibility standards access to the buildings and into some of the spaces is incredibly challenging to do. And you've had to go and create alternate solutions for that versus what would be required today for every building to be fully accessible. You also have challenges meeting things like the energy code, which keeps your buildings running more efficiently and with where the utilities are not affected. So your older buildings bring a challenge in that. As Dr. Hinojosa shared, the average age of U.S. schools is 44 years old. This is based on the data provided by Education Week on November 2017. There's approximately 84,000 public schools in the United States. The average age of your schools is 51.7, so you exceed the national average. You also have 14 buildings that have historical designations, and we've listed them there along with the trustee district. So these buildings have been listed in the National Historical Register, which is governed by the National Parks Association. And what that means is, to do any modifications to these buildings, you have to go to the State Historical Property Office, and you can't affect anything that would affect what the elements that give it its value. So because they're in the Historical Register, you're limited by what you can do to these buildings. So summarizing the findings on building age, as you can see, you have 99 schools that are over 60 years old. And we noted at the bottom, all the numbers you'll see today do not include Jill Stone Elementary or Arlington Park Early Childhood Center. You also have, if you see, there's 144 schools in total that are over 41 years old. So the majority of your schools are over 41 years old. So again, it doesn't mean that they're impossible to use. It just brings challenges when you're trying to run your current programs, look at future-ready learning spaces, and to run the buildings efficiently. The second factor that we considered was capacity and utilization, and we presented a preliminary report to you back in May. So what we did is we looked at the previous capacity data that you had, the study that had been done by the district. We looked at recent additions and renovations to the buildings, because obviously that changes the number of spaces that you have in a building. We walked buildings so that we could confirm each one of the spaces and how they were being used. We looked at campus schedules so that we could figure out utilization. Were they being used every period or every period but one? Just so we could see how efficiently the campuses were being used. And then we created new criteria. So adjusted the capacity to react or to be more in line with the space uses. And then we adjusted for flexibility as well. So for elementary schools, this is a criteria that was used. We counted pre-K classrooms at 24 students each. K through 4 were counted at 22 students each, 5th grade at 25. We did not count art, music, PE, computer, or the auditorium, since a lot of these are pull-out spaces, so students are leaving their classrooms to go to those programs. We created a number for special education at 15. And then we counted science, since science has become a huge offering that you have at elementary school. And then we created a category for makerspace. A lot of your buildings have some small spaces that will not fit a full class, but based on the education and your current curriculum and teaching and learning, we thought this would be a good use of spaces that could be used for smaller groups to get together. So we titled those makerspace. For the middle schools and high schools, we counted all classrooms at 25 students. And then in this case, we did count science, band, choir, orchestra, all CTE spaces at 25 students. We did not count the gyms or the auditorium for capacity. And lastly, we did create that same makerspace category to capture all those smaller spaces in the building. So what were the biggest differences and findings from the prior capacity study? First of all, we standardized the number of students per classroom. In the past, you might have had a space like the choir room counted at 40 or 50 students, whereas we left that at 25, so that way we could allow for some flexibility and allow for some room in the building, so you're not putting your buildings to full capacity. The second thing is we counted all special rooms at 15. Whether they have less students or not, we used that 15 across the board just to get everything in an even standard. And then we created that category for makerspace, which was not there before. The other thing that makes a big difference is that we included the latest round of renovations and additions. Everything that was in phases 1 or 2 of the bond are counted. So obviously that's going to make differences with what was there before, because in some cases you've added classrooms to the buildings. And then lastly, we applied a 90% utilization factor so that we could derive at what we call the optimal or functional capacity for the buildings. So when you look at a building, maximum capacity is the total number of student seats in the facility. This is as many students as you can put in a building, in a classroom, you would do that. Obviously, that would be very taxing to the campus, so because of what we call the building capacity, the core or support spaces may not accommodate that many students. And the core support spaces are restrooms, your cafeteria, your library, your hallways. So we want to make sure that we align those. And then we went to what we call the optimal or functional capacity, because this also considers program offerings and schedule flexibility in addition to the amount of students that could be there. This allows campuses the opportunity to have more space and offer different programs that might not have the same enrollment. They might not have the same number of students at a time. For example, if you have a world language class, it probably has less students than your traditional English language arts class. So by adjusting by 90%, it gives you the opportunity to have those offerings and have that space in the building for flexibility. Or you might have a classroom that is designed for 25 students, but it's being used for special ed, and therefore, it only has 15 students. So again, the 90% allows for that flexibility in your classroom use, allowing the campus the best choice on how they can use the spaces. From that, we conducted a utilization study. And we did this because a lot of times there's a true mismatch between the capacity of a school building and the number of students that are in those buildings. So we wanted to see how efficiently these buildings were being used. If you have a lot of schools that are over their design capacity, those buildings are going to experience wear and tear faster than they would if they were right-sized. So if you have a lot more students going through the restrooms and through the cafeteria and through some of these things, there's going to be a lot more wear and tear. Schools that are under-enrolled or significantly under capacity that are going to have higher operational and maintenance costs because you're going to have a lot more staff still that needs to be there for less students that are going to be there. So the formula for calculating the utilization is enrollment is divided by capacity, and that gives you the utilization. So we divided the district in 3 major categories. The green dot represents everything that is over 86%. So these are your buildings that are close to capacity, at capacity, or over capacity. The yellow dot represents utilization between 61% and 85%. So these buildings are more right-sized in many cases. And then the red dot signifies utilization below 60%. So these are buildings that we consider are significantly underutilized. Here's a map showing how your elementary schools fall across the district. So you can see some zones of larger congregation of red dots, and some areas that have more high-growth areas towards the northeast and southeast that are showing more green. One thing to point out, and it's hard to see in that image, but there's some hatched circles, and those we've hatched some circles to show schools that have an enrollment under 300 students. Here's the same map for middle schools. And then finally, the same map for high schools. As we summarize the capacity and utilization, you have 64 schools. No, do you want to go? Want to go back to elementaries or middle? All right.
Do the capacity figures include portables?
They do not. They're just for the building itself.
But it includes the kids.
The enrollment does include the kids that are in a portable. Okay. So there are 64 schools. They're under 60%. So we consider 64 of your schools that are underutilized. The majority of your schools, 108, fall in that 61 to 85%. So that's about 50% of the district falls there. And then the last 20% of the district, those 43 schools, are over 86%. Moving to the facilities assessment. As we did the facilities assessment, the teams that walked, and if you recall, we had several teams walking at the same time. We have teams that walked only elementary schools, teams that walked only middle and high schools, and teams that also walked support facilities. We had architects, engineers, athletic experts, building envelope experts, acoustics experts, everybody walking through the buildings to be able to identify every item in the building that could affect the condition of the building. We had some major goals as we went through. We wanted to make sure that we were looking at some things specifically, like safety and security was a major goal. We were looking at schools and identifying whether or not they had security vestibules, security camera locations, and the need for the addition of more. And then card access systems. We look at all your exterior doors and locations of your card access to make sure that we captured that and had a number for that. Code compliance, life cycle repairs and deficiencies. Obviously, we looked at anything that is considered today a code issue. And then life cycle repairs, all your systems. We looked at mechanical systems, electrical, plumbing, architectural, structural, to make sure they were within their life cycle expectation. And then looked at deficiencies that we found across the board. We also wanted to improve the interior and exterior condition of your schools. So wherever students spend most of their day, classrooms, some of the hallways, we focus strongly on those areas. We also wanted to make sure that your buildings had a clear sense of entry, and we noted that in the outside look of the building, or really how you got to the building was really clear and in good condition. And then we wanted to align with the Dallas ISD Learning by Design initiative that was done to improve the learning environment overall, and then to allow for technology infrastructure to fit in. We developed a system of priorities. So priority ones were critical replacements of equipment and systems. So anything whose life cycle was going to expire in the next 2 years fell as a priority one. And then safety and security items, as I mentioned before, and then ADA accessibility. We wanted to make sure any renovations that were needed for ADA accessibility or for access to the buildings. Priority twos are the replacement of equipment and systems that have a life cycle that's going to expire in the next 5 years. And then modernization of classrooms and hallways, as I mentioned before, to include new finishes, new casework, new marker boards, new lighting in classrooms, again, improving the learning environment. Renovations of hallways to include new finishes and systems. Exterior improvements to improve the exterior condition of the building, including new signage, irrigation, landscaping systems, facade renovations, and improved sense of entry. You find many of your buildings, the only way we knew the front door was to find the flagpole. So, critical needed renovations, such as kitchens. There's several kitchens in the district that are really old and too small in disrepair, so we have equipment for replacement in those as a priority too. And then lastly, additions and renovations to fine arts and athletic spaces at the high schools. And with those, we included the costs associated with storm shelters that would come in anytime we add to a building. So priority ones and priority twos are the biggest focus of the study.
Before you do that,
Yeah.
you know, we compete with charter schools and we compete with suburbs. You know, if you look at that a lot of people just notice that fourth bullet with the exterior improvements, signage, irrigation, landscaping, and the general appearance of the school is where we really lack and we're really behind in competition. But this slide will be real important later when we have some very intense dialogue. So we'll come back to this multiple times today.
Priority threes were those replacements of equipment and systems that are, 6 to 10 years, so they still have time and their functional capacity. And then other renovations to campuses and additions to meet current standards. And that would mean additions to spaces to meet the TEA school facility standards and your Dallas ISD educational specifications. Some of these spaces are your libraries, your administration areas, cafeterias and kitchens, and then fine arts and athletic facilities at the middle schools mainly. All those carry numbers. Anytime we're doing an addition, we have to include the cost for adding storm shelters. So when you see the priority 3 numbers, you will see that there's higher, and some of it is because of the additional costs associated with the shelters. And the priority 4s are anything that is beyond 10 years. So those are the ones that we captured and have on the list, just so as you continue to update the master plan, those things would move forward, based on age. So then we did a study to arrive at the Facilities Conditions Index of all your campuses. And the FCI, or Facilities Conditions Index, it's really just to provide a benchmark across a group of facilities so that you can speak to the relative condition of each and compare one to another. It is an industry standard term and is basically arrived at by taking the cost to correct the deficiencies divided by the current replacement value of a building. So you're looking for lower FCI means the better the condition of the building. As you start getting to higher FCI, like for example, if you have an FCI of 60, that means you're putting in 60% of the overall cost of the building to keep it in good working order. So you're expending a significant amount of money in order to keep it in good working order. For every campus, and I think you've seen drafts of these reports, you will get a report that looks exactly like this. So it will list the name of the school at the top, like here. In the case of North Dallas High School, if it's a historical building, we have noted that on there. We're giving you the address, trustee district, and what quadrant it's found in. We also have for you the original building age, the site acreage, and the building square footage. We also are listing in there the optimal student capacity. So it's hard to see here, but North Dallas optimal student capacity is 2,115 students. The enrollment, this is the start of the school year, was 1,051 students. So then we're showing the utilization at 50%, and we've included the colored dot that matched what was on the map for the utilization. Lastly, we're giving you the FCI number for the campus. In the case of North Dallas, it is 89%. Next to it is the first sheet you will have. You'll have the existing site plan for the campus, as well as a district map locating the building and the feeder pattern for the building. This next slide shows the proposed site plan for North Dallas. So, and this will match all the campuses as you see. Anything in yellow in the site plan, like is shown here, are site improvements. In the case of North Dallas, we're restriping the parking area. We're showing closing Haskell so that the ninth grade annex and the main building could be together. We're also showing some modifications to the existing portables. Yes?
Quick question, when you say site plan, is this something that is already in the works, or is this what you're proposing?
This is what we're proposing.
Thank you.
We have the priorities and the colors that will mean for everything in the site plans and the floor plans. So the dark red means any priority 1 and 2 building additions. The dark red with the hatch is any priority 3 and 4 building additions. And then the light blue means priority 1 and 2 building renovations. And if it's hatched, again, it means priority 3 and 4. So we try to align everything to the facilities assessment report so you can carry it through. So when you look at the site plan, in this case, we're showing a new gym and athletic addition to North Dallas High School in the back. We're also showing reworking the athletic fields and adding some concessions, restrooms, and ticket booths. Once you go into the floor plan, which is the sheet on the right, you see the same color, the addition that shows a new gym and the athletics and PE expansion. And the light blue are all the areas that would be renovated. And then if the hatched areas show some of the areas that would be priority 3 and 4. Going to the second floor, you can see some of the areas as well. The light blue areas, which are the renovating the existing gym and lockers and converting all that into a fine arts suite. And you can see all the other areas that are hatched because their condition is better, so they're prioritized as 3 and 4. And the same as you go up the building. Library would need a renovation because it's undersized, but we're showing that as a priority 3 and 4. Or as a priority 3, really. This is the annex across the street. So we're showing most of the renovations in this building to be priority 3. It's a newer building, and it's in better condition. And again, all the floors of the building, you'll have that. And again, what we're showing is proposed additions. This is not it's a master plan for you to see. It's not a design at some point in time. If you did decide to proceed with that, you would hire an architect to execute that. For every campus, you will get this report, which is a summary report that shows all the totals, all the different disciplines, and by priority, what the totals are. So in the case of North Dallas High School, priorities 1 and 2 total about $47 million. I know it's hard to see in that slide, and everything's divided, so at any time you can see what's building envelope and what priority and how much it is. And civil, architectural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, technology, life safety and security, athletics and activities, and then lastly, food service. For every campus, you're going to receive a detailed report that shows, again, everything that goes into those totals you saw on the summary page. They're all broken out individually so that you can see each item. For example, on their building envelope, you have replace the built-up roof with gravel roof system to meet your district standards. If it's showing up, like in this case, as a priority 1, that means the roof for the building is beyond its lifespan. So you'll have it broken out by every item in every campus. And I know this is hard to see, but as Dr. Hinojosa said, you're getting your reports for all your districts, so you'll have each campus. And then in the end, we have the final page that addresses the FCI and shows what the FCI for the building is, as well as giving you what the total cost to repair of North Dallas, which would be $60 million, and then the cost to replace the building assets, which is $67 million. So therefore, the 89% FCI for North Dallas. So looking across the district, as we summarized, you have 49 schools that are over 60% in their FCI number. If you look at the majority, according to Education Week, there's 2017 report, 76% of U.S. schools are in good or excellent shape. In your case, you have 109 schools that will be considered to be in poor shape. So the majority of your buildings are, by comparison, in poor shape. Again, this is just from a perspective of systems that need to be replaced and overall condition. There's still nothing unsafe about your buildings. They're operating very well. These are just systems that really do need to be maintained and replaced. Now moving to what we're calling educational adequacy or obsolescence. So during the study for the technology plan, we did Engage to Learn, helped us do the learning environment assessment of readiness and needs, or the LEARN rubric for every campus. And what they did is they prioritized the campus needs. They developed a group of assessment teams that walked to every one of your buildings and looked at different components. Part of the report addressed technology. The other part addressed facilities itself. And some of the facilities components that they looked at were classrooms and learning spaces, common spaces like the cafeteria, library, media center, lighting, furniture, finishes or writable surfaces, and then infrastructure. The maximum number of points that a campus could earn was 100. The report on the right is the report that we received before in August for all the campuses. This is North Dallas again, and North Dallas has a total score of 39. It has a facility score of 36 out of 72. So when we look across the district at all your campuses, 182 of your schools fall below 49 out of the 100. And 33 are 50 and over. And these are really mainly your newer schools fall under this category, and some of your choice schools that have been renovated. So we've gathered all the data that we've shared so far, and we have divided it by trustee district for your information. So here's trustee district 1. And on this chart on the right, you'll see first of all, the dot that aligns to the utilization of each campus, the school name, School age, the FCI percentage that I received, and this is organized starting with the highest FCI at the top and moving down. The learned rubric score, optimal capacity of the building, the enrollment at the beginning of the year, and then the utilization for each campus. And then you see the map on the right, on the left, just to identify the schools within each trustee district. That's one. This is trustee district 2. Again, you see North Dallas, which we've been talking about at the top it's 97 years old, 89% FCI. Schools that are hatched, again, are schools that have an enrollment of less than 300, like in this case, Ben Milam Elementary School. Trustee District 3, you can see that in this district, there's no schools that are under 60% utilized. Trustee District 4, in this case, you have one school that is under 60% utilized. Trustee District 5, you start seeing more of a congregation of schools that are under 60%. And 6, District 6, we only have one that is over 86% utilized. Seven. And we have 7's a large district, so we have 2 pages for that. And Trustee District 8, again, only showing the Dallas Environmental Science Academy as being over 86%. And then Trustee District 9. 9. So now, what do you do with all this data? Because what we've given you is all the data and all the findings of everything that we found as we went across the district. So what we would like you to take the findings that we have given you or shared with you and look at directions of where the district can move to going forward. And again, the factors to consider are building age, the capacity and the utilization of each building, the learned rubric assessment for us so we can measure obsolescence, and then the building condition, so the findings from the facilities assessment and the FCI scores. So we took that and we wanted to put a rubric together so that you could understand what the FCI means when you're looking at a building. So an FCI of 0 to 10% means a facility is in excellent condition. So it's like new, or it could be a brand new building or a building that has just recently been renovated. When you look at the finishes inside, the finishes, the interiors are going to be like new. When you look at the exterior, your windows, your doors, your exterior walls, everything's like new. There's a very clear sense of entry. The landscaping, the site, the grounds, everything is pleasing. As you move to the right, you'll see the 11 to 20% FCI means the school is in good shape, and you have a level of comprehensive stewardship invested in that building. You really want to try to maintain your buildings with 20% to less. And that tells you some of the expectations that look, the site and the grounds are well maintained, you have a watertight building, everything's in good condition. As you start moving to 21 to 40, the condition of the building is fair. You start seeing the finishes are aging a little bit, so they're more average. You will have some minor leaks and blemishes, and the exterior appearance, it's going to be just more affected. And your sense of entry may not be as clear, so it might be a little obscure, and your grounds are not totally maintained. And then obviously, as you move all the way to the right, if you're 60% and above, we're calling those campuses very poor and, in need of immediate response. So finishes might be more neglected. Your windows are drafty. You have the building envelope is not sealed correctly. You might not have a sense of entry. The paving around the campus may be cracked. The sidewalks, it's not accessible and not easy to get into the building. And then some of the other comparisons, your lighting, when you go to the left, are bright and clean, attractive lighting, moving all the way to the right, where you might have outdated fixtures that are more, consume more energy, and you might have some darker spaces in the building. As far as safe and secure, you have entry vestibules in the facilities to the left, and then as you get into 21 and over, there's no entry vestibule, so people can come into the building a lot easier. And then lastly, the building system's reliability. When you're in less than 10, you just have, some maintenance calls for something that might have, quit working, but it's just normal repairs. As you get to fair or managed cares, you have a little bit more, the systems are failing more often, and then as you go to the end, systems are beyond their functional, or they're beyond their lifespan. And again, doesn't mean that those buildings are not safe. It just means those systems are beyond their lifespan, so should be replaced. So then we took this rubric and applied it to a facility investment framework so that you could determine where do the expenditures need to go? How to spend the money? So you take your drivers at the top of how you expend in facility. You have your condition or deterioration, which is measured by the FCI. You have the utilization, and so that ties back to the capacity study and the utilization study, and then obsolescence, which we're tying to the learned rubric. So these are your three drivers. As you're coming down on deterioration, you want to sustain, so you want to maintain the level of quality, protect, preserve each facility. And then typically, your secondary investments are your normal maintenance and repair, which is it's handled with your maintenance budget, and your department, your maintenance department takes care of those. And then renewal of backlog. These are major system replacements that really fall into a long-range master plan because of the significant costs associated with those. Utilization-wise, you want to try to get maximum use or expand the capacity where needed, and so that triggers spaces additions to add capacity or renovations, replacement of campuses or new facilities to, again, be able to address growth or consolidation in the case where you have underutilized campuses. And then lastly, the learned rubric and obsolescence. You want to make sure that you have educational equity to your standards across the board, and that you have future-ready learning environments for the students. So again, you're looking at space expansions to meet current needs, or renovations, again, to meet your needs. So these are the measures, or this is the framework that we use for recommendation for you to move forward, and these are the measures. So as I said before, in the FCI, it was over 60, 41 to 59, 21 to 40, 11 to 20, and then under 10. For utilization, we went to over 61 or below 60, because below 60 we know are significantly underutilized, and then for obsolescence, over 50 and under 49. So we took that data and measured it against what we created here, which is a master plan flow chart to help you in making decisions moving forward with some of these campuses. So as you start at the top by the star, you look at the building and go, is their building FCI 60% or higher? If it is a yes, then you look at, is the building age 60 years or older? If that's a yes, moving across, is the utilization below 60%? If it's a no, you come across and you get to the decision to replace. However, we've added this column here with the check marks, which we were calling the qualitative reality check. This is where data meets your opinions and your other measures, politics, demographics, historical buildings, all these other things fall in here. So you take North Dallas High School, since we've been showing it, the FCI is 60% or higher. It is over 60 years old. The utilization is below 60%, so it would drop down here and it would say replace or consolidate. We know that's not something that can happen, so because of, it's a high school, replacing a high school is difficult, renovating that building brings its challenges. So that's how we're recommending that you look at every school. So there's some, it's a building FCI 11% or higher, no. Those are buildings that are in great shape, come across, you might have minimal renovation to do at those. So for every campus, you'll be able to put it against this flow chart and take it across and arrive at a decision. And obviously, everything has to be measured, so that is not 100% just computer data, and you have to put the personal opinion into it. Okay. And these are the definitions of what these different categories mean. So replace, you should demolish and replace a campus because the building is beyond its useful life. Major building systems are beyond their life cycle expectancy, and the school environment is not adequate for future-ready learning. As you move down, some of the renovations we've broken out into major renovation, where you will be expending approximately 40 to 60% of the building replacement cost to renovate. As you move down to moderate, requires updating and restoration with an approximate renovation cost of 20 to 40% of the building replacement cost. Limited renovation drops down to 10 to 20, and minimal is below 10% to renovate. So here are your district-wide totals. These are based on 2018 dollars and do not include any inflation. So they're based on today's dollars. So across the board, priority ones for the district, you have a total of $446,485,577. If you look at priority twos, you have $1.6 billion. So combining priority ones and twos, which we've been talking about, you're slightly over $2 billion in deficiencies. So I mentioned before, priority three number is going to be a significant number, and it's because it carries all the additions and renovations to all the campuses to bring libraries, administration areas, cafeterias, all to current codes and capacities. And those numbers carry storm shelter costs that are associated with any addition to any building. So the total is just slightly under $6 billion, all the way to priority four. But as we mentioned before, these our items are beyond 10 years. Future considerations, as we visited your campuses and met with departments and talked to principals, talked to everybody, there were some things that rose to the top for you to consider going forward. Number one is Career and Technology Centers, or CTE centers for the district, creating 4 of them, 1 per quadrant. These would be these are for spaces that have a lot of equipment and are expensive to duplicate at every campus, like manufacturing or welding programs and such. So maybe providing 1 per quadrant gives you an option to get students access to them. Your Booker T. Washington High School is incredibly successful, and it would be a good consideration to look at providing a second high school for performing and visual arts, probably south of 30, so to reach other students in the district. And your Lanier, CNE Lanier Vanguard Academy is also highly successful, so creating a secondary. This one would be twice the size of Lanier, just as a consideration. And then lastly, indoor practices facilities, 1 per quadrant. They wouldn't fit, you can't provide at every high school, but this is something to keep in competition with your suburbs and everybody around. These are becoming much more common across the board in North Texas. Okay.
Trustee Marshall.
I just want to start by saying that since I've been on the board, we've had a number of third-party companies come in and do various studies and plans and assessments, and they've ranged from quite poor I'm thinking of the racial equity study, to this one, which I think now sets the bar for, since I've been on the board, of the quality of work and the quality of presentation. So I just want to say thank you to you guys and your team, because this is precisely what we need to get our act together from a facility standpoint. And I think you've gotten down into the weeds when you needed to get down into the weeds and come up with some really impactful analysis that if this board takes it and runs with it, will transform this whole district. And so I'm very, very grateful for the work.
Thank you.
I do have some questions, particularly around the capacity numbers. I think it was slide 10 where you started talking about capacity. And in my trustee district, this is a hot topic, as some of the senior administrators will tell you. And I want to make sure I fully understand how you're calculating this, because I know I'm going to get lots of questions about this from my constituents. So I appreciate you walking through this kind of series of slides around how it was calculated, but I have some questions and I guess maybe some concerns. It sounds like you're acknowledging, particularly for the historical buildings, that in the beginning of your presentation, that many of these older buildings were built at a time when classrooms were smaller and the common areas were not up to the same standards that we have today. But then it sounds like when you get around to calculating capacity, that you're using a flat number of students per room rather than acknowledging the square footage difference in the class sizes from a building that was built 100 years ago versus one that's built today. So walk me through why it makes sense to measure students by the number of classrooms rather than the size of the classrooms.
So we took typical classrooms, and those have 25 students, and those were classrooms that have 700 square feet or close to that, which is what the TEA minimum is. If there's classrooms were smaller, we allotted 15 students to those classrooms. So we did take into consideration the size of the classroom.
So you just didn't put that on your slide.
It's that makerspace, it's that makerspace category that we created for rooms that are smaller in your district. So we put 15.
So if you're walking around Woodrow, for instance, and you see a classroom that's under 700 square feet, you're noting that classroom, and for that particular classroom, it's not going to count as 25, it's going to count as 15.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the same. We have it a lot, like Madison is the same way.
Okay, that's good. So what about the common spaces, like when we're thinking of the cafeteria or the bathrooms or the band hall? Because again, thinking about Woodrow's got a slew of classrooms, but the kids can't fit in the cafeteria. So how does the size of the cafeteria influence the capacity number of the building?
Well, the size of the cafeteria is usually based on the number of lunch periods that you're offering. So that's how you arrive at the size of the cafeteria. And in many of your buildings, as you will see as you receive your report, priorities 3s and include expansions of cafeterias and kitchens in many cases. But yeah, so you could fit, Woodrow Wilson in particular, you could do 4 lunch periods and you can carry your whole school population without a challenge there.
Well, but like at Long, you have a 2,000 capacity number. And right now, even with, I think they have 1,200, 1,300 kids, I'm sure the number's in here somewhere, but they have kids starting eating lunch at like 10 a.m. So how would you get to 2,000? Capacity number of 2,000. I mean, you'd have to start serving lunch at 8 a.m.
Yeah, so we did it based on the classrooms, knowing that typically your core spaces can adjust. Again, it does. It is not the most convenient, because you don't want to have a kid starting at lunch, and that's why then under priority 3s, you will see that we're showing recommending adding to those cafeterias to accommodate the number of students.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, for the sake of my questions, I want to kind of detach your priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, priority 4 building renovations, because I'm asking about this capacity number not because I'm questioning the FCI numbers or the investments in the schools. I'm asking because I have challenged the superintendent and the administration in past meetings to take your capacity numbers and etch them in stone and use them for everything that we use capacity numbers from here on out, because we have a bad habit in the district of changing the capacity number every year. So we will say one year that the capacity number of a school is 1,200, and the next year it will be 1,400, and there's nothing that happened in the meantime from a construction standpoint. So we magically just said the building took more people. So what I've asked Scott and Stephanie and everybody involved in this to do is say, look, once this analysis from you guys is done, we're going to believe your capacity number and stick to it no matter what. So before I'm ready to stick to it, no matter what, I want to make sure I understand it and that the methodology makes sense.
So what we tried to do by using the standard 25 in rooms that were larger, like manhole and everything, is to try to allow for more room in the building than typically would have been, and to allow for, again, those flexible and program offerings, classes that are different. So can you fit more, like, for example, Long is at 2007. Can you fit more students in that at Long? Yes, absolutely you can. We try to make the number as realistic so that you don't have to change it every year, even though capacities can change every year based on special ed programs, special programs that you're offering. If you decide that you're going to do some classes that are advanced that only 10 students may take in a 25-student classroom, it will affect the capacity. But these numbers hopefully allow for that flexibility by standardizing the 25 students, even in larger spaces, and again, addressing the smaller spaces for the true capacity that fit in it. Now, the core spaces should be aligned correctly, but can you use the buildings as they are? Yes, you can. We looked at the number of toilet fixtures against the plumbing code. Again, cafeterias could be larger, libraries could be larger based on TEA, but the building accommodates that many students and more, to be honest. So.
Okay, but I still not, maybe I'm not following you entirely, but I'm still not sure I understand the answer to the cafeteria question. What, if you put, right now, lunch starts at 10 at Long, and there's already like 10-minute waits to go to the restroom, and there's 1,400 kids there. You're saying that we can fit 2,000 kids because you counted 25 students per classroom, but it doesn't make sense to me how that could be possible. I get that you're saying, and you're recommending as a priority 3 that we would add on to the cafeteria and that we may even add new restrooms, and that makes sense if that were the reality of the world today, but I'm asking about what the capacity of the building is right now, not what it would be after you're done with priority 3 initiatives. So I'm a little at a loss as to how the common areas could accommodate 2,000. I don't want to make it just about Long. I'm just asking this as an example about how the capacity numbers are calculated. So maybe walk me through that again, I guess.
Well, and again, cafeteria, there's no standard for the size of a cafeteria. You just do it by the number of students that you're going to get at a lunch period at a time. So again, it might lead to starting lunch periods just based on the number of classrooms in the building. We're trying to figure out how many students you can fit. And then the cafeteria and core spaces, the cafeteria, again, it means you have more lunch periods to fit the students through. But the building has that larger capacity to it. I mean, we can't, you could limit the number of the capacity if you want to base it on the cafeteria, but then it would be artificially reducing the size of the building.
Okay, so it sounds like we're not taking the common areas into consideration when we're talking about capacity.
Not based on that number, but based on the master plan, we're trying to address it by.
Right, yeah, no, I get you're trying to address it, and I applaud you for that. But if we were to use the capacity numbers today that you've got right out of the rack, we would be knowingly putting ourselves in a position where we could not feed all the kids.
No, because you can adjust to more lunch periods.
So you're saying, yes, feed them lunch at 8 a.m.
Well, it's not
Right,
a day,
I mean-
well, yes.
I mean, the cafeteria at Long fits about 80 kids. You're saying you can have 2,000 kids at Long. So, I mean, you've now created 30 lunch periods. So we're serving lunch from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Yeah, or you look at alternatives. I mean, you could go to eating in the classrooms. I mean, we tried to get more to a realistic number. I know you don't want to go to priority levels, but,
Yeah.
if you added all of those inadequacies into priority 2, our number would be really high.
Yeah,
So,
right.
and there's no codes that restrict.
Yeah, and again,
The
I'm
number
talking
of
about the
kids.
capacity numbers
Yeah.
for a purpose that you did not intend them for, right? Like, I'm not asking about the plan. I'm asking about enrollment. Like, we have a transfer policy in this district about how many kids can transfer in, and it's tied to the capacity number of the building. So if we're going to use this capacity number, we have to be thoughtful of the fact that it may not be a realistic capacity number given the use of common spaces. So I just wanted to make sure I kind of understand that.
Okay.
It's also based, just also remember that it also includes Phase 1 and Phase 2 projects in it. So additions are taken into account in the number of the 2,000.
Yeah, right.
So.
Yeah, and I think the level of detail you're going into on these school level, I don't know what you're calling them, but the school level analysis is awesome. You use North Dallas as an example, and it's very detailed. So one last question I just have is the cross-hatching that you had on the maps that you alluded to implied that the enrollment in the school was under 300. Later in the presentation, you talk about your decision tree about what to do with the schools, and you're actually using utilization rates instead of absolute enrollment numbers.
Yes.
So when I saw the initial shading, I was thinking that there was some decisions you were implying as a result of the total enrollment of a building, but later you talk about the total utilization of the building. And since we have some small buildings out there that so the school has low enrollment because the building is really small, but the utilization rate is actually pretty high.
Yes.
So what is it that you would suggest in your decision tree would happen with a building like that?
Again, we were thinking of the utilization driving it, because if you have buildings that only fit 500 students or 450, so an enrollment of 300 is not a problem because you're limited by the building. We just wanted to flag it just because 300, that's, when you have a campus that's less than 300, that's a small school. And running a campus of 300 might not be the most efficient and effective.
Yeah, we have some schools that are small by design because of the building, some because no one wants to go there. So those are two very different things. But when we make our recommendations later, you'll see how we look at an optimal size of a building for both efficiencies operationally and offerings. So we'll get to that part when we get to Scott's presentation. But that's part of that. You see that when they presented just the raw data to us, we had to add this qualitative check because sometimes we have issues that we know about in the community that help impact this decision. So as we develop our recommendations, that'll be part of our recommendations. This is just the science, basically.
Do we have a sense from I lied, I have one more question. Do we have a sense from the Learn work about what the ideal size of an elementary, middle, and high school is?
To the total square footage of the building?
Yeah, like how many square feet and how many kids would you ideally want in an elementary school?
Not from the Learn rubric, but as part of this process, we've also been analyzing your educational specifications across the district and arrived at some square footages that are associated with specific sizes that go with it. Like, for example, if you have I'm going to use a pre-K through 5, since you have different models of elementary schools, so it also changes. We looked at what it'd be to do like an 850 student pre-K through 5 school, and that's about a 100,000 square foot building. The same if you have 1,000 students, that would increase to 115. And then a 1,250 student middle school. Sorry. Sorry. 1,250, yeah, it's about 185,000 square feet. And then the same for a high school. If it's 2,400 student high school, would be about 300,000 square feet. So we have new educational specifications and new programs for all the sizes coming out.
And you alluded, I'm assuming, Scott, that because she alluded to us getting a packet for each trustee district of the schools and the documents for each district.
Yes, sir.
And in that, are we also going to get a list of all the schools in the district stack ranked by a FCI score?
We can get that.
Yeah, we can get that. We were just going to give you the book for your district. We can give you the whole book, but it's
I
like,
don't want the whole book. I just want a spreadsheet that has the FCI,
Okay.
the schools stacked by FCI.
There, you will get there's a list of all the schools with the FCIs. It's not organized by the worst to best, but you have the whole report for the whole district as well.
Okay, well, if it's not stack ranked, then I'd like the Excel file so I can sort it. Thanks.
Okay.
Great job.
Trustee Foreman?
Thank you. I've got several questions, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. Just to start out with this whole process, it appears to me that we'll be going back to the voters asking for more bond money. Is that the thought, Scott?
Let me take that. Absolutely. We feel like our best projection right now would be about 2021, that we would have to go back to the voters. If a lot depends on what decisions this board makes with the balance of the money that has not been spent, but that will carry us through 2021 of what hasn't been spent. But after 2021, there will be a need to go back to the voters, yes.
yes, ma'am, that will be covered in our second presentation. It's around 432 million. But I'll cover that more in detail.
Thank you, dear. So did we have conversation about that with them, about possibly moving sixth grade back to elementary?
It has been just a conversation, because we're still waiting on data from the schools that we have done that with this year in West Dallas.
Right.
And as we collect that information, we might be bringing different recommendations. So, but it is not factored into, when Scott and I come forward, that would be another area that we could pivot based on the data.
The reason I asked that question is I think there are silos with people not really having those kinds of conversations about what could happen. The other thing is that it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like we're talking about building middle schools with 1,000 student capacity. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the rationale for that? Because middle schools are our most troubled schools. And so why would we want to put so many children in middle schools? Just to condense the buildings?
I think the way...
I think
Okay.
the DISD staff needs to have that kind of conversation.
I can take-
love you consultants, but that's something that the DISD staff should be taking into consideration.
So the first thing is, most of our middle schools are actually currently around 900 to 1,000. The buildings are built that way
And we're
from the
struggling.
beginning, because remember that you are bringing together multiple elementaries into one middle school. So just by design, so that we wouldn't have additional middle schools, is the reason we were keeping the
But where are we
original.
struggling the most?
We are struggling the most in middle school at this time.
And that is my point, is that we really need to have a conversation about where we're really struggling. Instead of making sure that we have a capacity for 1,000, we should maybe be talking about having less kids in middle school. That's my point. It might not be the rest of the board, but that's where I am. So now back to the consultants. When you looked at your data and your capacity, how did this capacity compare with the current capacity numbers that we're using? Is it much higher, much lower, in between?
The majority of the cases were pretty close. to the numbers that the district carried. The only places where we saw significant differences is, again, when we were counting Phase 1 and Phase 2 renovations. So that affected numbers in some ways. If you're adding to a campus, that got picked up there. But the majority of the numbers were pretty close to the current numbers.
So what you might want to share is your capacity numbers compared with the current capacity numbers that we're dealing with. That would just make a lot of sense to me.
Okay.
Then, excuse me, one of the things I was looking at is that a lot of the district has made the decision, not always with board consent, to move forward on a lot of choice schools. So a lot of those choice schools are smaller in number of students. And so are we going to be talking about closing some of these choice schools because they are small? Or are we only talking about doing this to neighborhood schools?
There are some choice schools that we're going to be recommending that we move because of they haven't grown like they have. But most of them are only small because they're startups and they haven't made their entire enrollment. There are one or two that we're going to look at combining or moving elsewhere, but the majority of them are filling out and they have waiting lists. In fact, we're going to be recommending more of those schools at the end of this presentation.
Well, I think, Superintendent, what I'm speaking of is that we can't have a double standard. We cannot have a double standard. Choice schools get priority, neighborhood schools do not. And the other thing that I looked at is we continue to talk about closing schools and moving children, but that's more transportation, and we're sucking at transportation right now. So we're talking about transporting more kids out of their neighborhood schools. One of them is, and you're familiar with my schools, Carpenter and Webster. That means kids are going to get on the bus from Webster and go to Carpenter. That's transporting about 500 or 600 kids. We cannot have double standards about neighborhood schools and choice schools. And then I'll just stop on this because I'll send a bunch of questions. Is that last week the Texas Land Commissioner sent $655 million to the available fund balance instead of the permanent school fund balance, which actually backs construction. And so we need to understand that there are dollars being moved out of the money to back construction. That was George P. Bush. Thank you.
Okay, so if we look at the very big picture here, we've identified $6 billion of needs, right? If we address priority 1 through priority 4. Is there any offsetting operational savings? I like the analogy that Superintendent Hinojosa used earlier about having a $700 electric bill in an old building and a $200 electric bill in a new building. Do we have any way to quantify the operational savings that we might have if we were able to do all $6 billion or $2 billion? But is there any factor that can be applied for offsetting savings?
Yes, sir. We can certainly look at it. We'd have to look at what has been assessed in the different priority levels. For example, the cost of utilities. If a new mechanical system was going in, there would be significant savings to the district at that specific campus. When we do our other presentation after this one, we are going to show you both administrative and operational savings with this plan.
Okay, I'll look forward to seeing that. The second thing is that I've noticed that in looking at the FCIs on here that some of them seem counterintuitive, and that may be because you've factored in the renovations that are already in the works. Like, it looked to me like, I lost the page, but South Oak Cliff, for example, which was never at the worst FCI, but it wasn't also the best FCI, and now it is the best FCI. So you've taken into account the projects that are already in the works, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then I was also surprised at some of the population or capacity issues. Right now in East Dallas, in Trustee Marshall's district, but we hear a lot of complaints about Woodrow being overcrowded, and these numbers say it's overcapacity by about 18 students. And so I'm trying to reconcile what seems to be, a widespread belief, at least locally, that a school is overcrowded with what we have here. Are we factoring in a new wing that's in the works? Is that it?
So Woodrow is one of the ones that does right now take into account the completion of the current renovation and expansion, but it also does not include the current portables that we are utilizing right now. So there is a mismatch there with regard to what you're looking at in comparison to what we have currently.
Okay, so it sounds to me like the bottom line on that is the concerns that are being expressed are being addressed.
Yes, sir.
Right, and that these numbers are showing what things are going to look like when the renovations are complete.
Stephanie, how many classrooms are we adding at Woodrow? Is it 18?
Is it 6 or 8 of that?
I believe it's 18.
18.
Yeah. So 18 at 25 students apiece increases the capacity number by several hundred students.
Okay, great. And then one of the other things that sort of struck me was this is in the District 2 slide, which is, I'm sorry, District 3 slide, which is on page 40, which was the FCI of TASB and Low. If you could just look at that. What I don't understand is those two buildings were built at exactly the same time. They are connected to each other, and they share the same cafeteria, and one has an FCI that is twice the FCI of the other. And I just wondered what's going on there.
So, can I take that one? So keep in mind that, and I learned a lot through this process myself, but Irene talks about wear and tear on a building. And so when you look at Low and how many kids they've had over the last 6 years of enrollment when they declined, and then we've been going up, compared to TASB being pretty much at full capacity its entire life cycle, you've had more kids. That building utilization that Irene talks about increases the wear and tear. So while we have a wall, the systems, though, like they're still different systems, and they have not been maintained in the same way. Would I be saying that correctly, Irene?
That is correct.
Well, yeah, I mean, that sounds right to me in theory. It's just that I'm not sure that the numbers over the years bear that out. But I'd just like to take a closer look at that. And then one other one that, again, you can come back to me on separately would be Sanger. It's showing an optimal capacity of 671. There is an extension, a wing being built over at Sanger, and I can't tell from these numbers whether this includes the wing or doesn't include the wing.
It includes a wing.
At 671, you see, that's why I want to check it. That 671 number, I think, was our old capacity number before we factor in, 18 or 22 classroom wings. So the number sounds to me to be wrong, because I know those numbers pretty intimately. We once had, without the new wing, we once had 1,000 kids in that building. So
I just want to point out that there are different methodologies, Trustee Mitchke, that were used. So the first one that you recall, as a matter of fact, I think you coined my methodology, the sardine can methodology. So that was me going room by room and looking at the square footage and saying, we can put 20 kids in here, we can put 40 kids in here. So it was not, while I would say I was consistent, but I was consistent with the inconsistencies that exist in every building. Their approach is every classroom, whether it can hold 40 or whether it can hold 50, will only get counted at 25, where I was including the gym, I was including the band hall, I would include...
I do remember that, but I
Okay.
think the comment I'm making is separate from those revised counts. I think historically, the number that the district had on the website for capacity at Sanger was something like 600. But now we're putting 20 more classrooms in there. Surely it's got to have more capacity than 600.
We'll confirm.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done, Trustee?
Yes, I am.
Trustee Pinkerton, you turn your light on?
Thank you, thank you. Well, I'm going to echo Trustee Marshall in just saying that appears to be a very in-depth study of all of our facilities, and it's wonderful information that we're going to be able to use to make some decisions going forward. And I do have just a few questions just to make sure I fully understand what's in the report. So my first question is about the FCI and how that was calculated. So I understand there's priority 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the North Dallas example, it seems like you had priority 1, 2, and 3 included in calculating the FCI. Is that correct? Priority 3 was included in all of these?
We included only the life cycle items in priority 3. So the educational adequacy items, like the additions, were not included in the FCI number because that would artificially, make the FCIs higher. So we just used anything that had to be a building component that needed replacement.
So priority 1, all priority 2, and then life cycle items on priority 3.
Yes.
And those life cycle items have an expected life of 6 to 10 more years.
Yes.
Can you help me understand why the district would, say, take a roof that has 10 years left in its life cycle, tear it off and replace it now, as opposed to replacing it, say, in the next bond program, 6 to 10 years from now?
It's not recommended that it be replaced now, hence why it's a priority 3. So you would do priority 1s and 2s, and then at the right time, you do that. We just wanted to capture it so that it's in the plan, and that it continues to move forward as it needs to, but it wouldn't recommend a roof replacement if it has a 10-year lifespan or 6-year lifespan.
Okay, well, maybe I have a slightly different question then, because why are you including it in the FCI, the Facility Condition Index? I think it's painting a picture in some instances that we have so much repair to do versus the cost of the school. It's going to cost about as much as the school to make the required repairs. But the required repairs, at least in terms of your recommendation, are only priority 1 and 2. Why would you add the cost of a repair you're not recommending now into your FCI calculation?
Again, because we were looking at a 10-year master plan. So we captured everything to the 10 years. So that's what priority 4s are not in it. So we're looking at the 10 years, and we wanted to bring that data forward to add it. You could look at it for 2 years, the priority 1s and 2s, but we were looking 10 years out, this is where your building is. And these are costs that you're going to have to expend at some point. So.
Right, okay. I'm wondering if I could just, if you could just rerun the FCI numbers with just the priority 1 and 2, or just the repairs that are being recommended at this time. That would be interesting. Okay. I also had some questions about these FCI numbers versus the Parsons report that was presented in 2015. So it's just been a few years, but some of these numbers are drastically different. So I'll give some examples. And so one is Anson Jones. So it was a 44%. Now it's a 32%. I know that Anson Jones has a lot of problems and construction has begun. And maybe, Mr. Strusley, you could answer this question, but does this FCI number anticipate repairs that will be made this year to Anson Jones?
It does include the phase 1 and phase 2.
Yes.
Yes, it does include the work that is getting ready to take place.
Okay. What about HOG? HOG's FCI is 86%. We're only doing a couple $1 million worth of work to it, which my understanding in our community meetings was that was addressing the vast majority of needs at that school. But if I look at an FCI of 86%, I would come to a very different conclusion. We should be spending $20 million at HOG to address all the needs. So is this 86% accurate? Does it anticipate the construction that's about to happen there?
It does.
I just wanted to say the current bond project was not going to approach all the needs at that school. As is typical in this bond program, none of the schools in it were going to ever have their total requirements wiped out. So just to be clear about that.
Yeah, we did take into consideration anything in Phase 1 and Phase 2 and reduce that number, but a lot of the things, as Mr. Strusley said, that were included in the bond were partial replacements of systems. So when you look at the Parsons report, there was replace 120 square foot of roof instead of, the roof is beyond its life cycle and we need to replace the whole roof. So we're looking at full systems rather than individual, hence why some of the numbers are higher. Because you wouldn't go replace 120 square feet of roof that's already beyond its lifespan.
Okay. Well, I'd like to take that offline just to understand what we're about to do versus what we need to do there. And then the other example that looks odd to me is going the other direction. This is the Rosemont Upper Campus, where the Parsons report gave an FCI of about 12%, but you're rating it a 91%. That's a very, very large difference in FCI.
And again, I have the Parsons report here. I haven't looked specifically at Rosemont, but I know there were, again, in some cases was replace 100 linear feet of base, replace 200 square feet of ceiling. We were looking at full system replacements. So if the base was in bad shape throughout, if not, it's not in the report because it's just a normal maintenance item. 100 linear feet of base is just a normal maintenance item. Replace the whole base and flooring in the building is a long-range master plan item. So we made that difference, which we don't think was made in the Parsons report.
Okay. And again, just offline, I might want to understand a little bit better what's going on there. And then the question came up earlier about how much funding is left in the 2015 bond program. So what was that number again?
It was $342 million.
So I thought we've just been talking about the commercial paper project and how we'd already issued $600 million in our $1.6 billion, but there was still another $1 billion out there that we hadn't even issued the bonds. But you're telling me that $1 billion's already spent. So what's the difference there?
Well, it's not technically spent. I mean, we have it locked up on individual projects, and it will be spent over time. Larry's group only goes out and sells bonds as we need it to pay the bills. But the numbers we're going to show you show what we've reserved against each of these projects. And as they go down the pipeline and get constructed and we get invoice for them, then we start seeing cash flow going out. So we'll be showing you in the next presentation how much we've basically committed or locked up on each school to date.
Okay, I'll wait for the next presentation then. Then the other thing is, did any of your priority levels address mold in the buildings?
We didn't, we looked at building envelope in any place where there's moisture infiltration in the building, yes, and that was
Okay.
noted.
Fantastic. And then just following up on the question of capacity in cafeterias, I'm wondering if we could get what I'll call a cafeteria capacity study. In other words, how many students can fit in the cafeteria times 3? And that's one measure of the capacity of a building. It doesn't mean that you couldn't expand I get that there's ways to address that situation, but it might be useful as we put a lot of great information together to also have that as we do our sanity check on the capacity and plans and just program going forward.
And we can do that. As part of the study that we did, we confirmed all your square footages, so we know the square footage of every space in your building, capacity, library, administration, classrooms, so that would be simple to do. And that's what then dictated the need for additions in places.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, trustees, other trustees' question? Trustee Blackburn?
So I'm going to go back to the capacity to make sure I understand how you came up with the capacity amount. Were you looking at every instructional space and put in a student count for every instructional space? Is that how you did it?
Correct.
And you put it at 25?
At secondary schools.
Secondary.
Yes.
And at the elementary, you had what number?
24 at pre-K, 22 at K through 4, and 25 at fifth grade.
So just to muddy the water a little bit, regardless of the size of the classroom, you put the same number of students in each classroom?
No, in small rooms, I only counted 15 students. So
And what was-
rooms that were below 700 square feet.
Below 700 was what?
Yes.
Was 15?
Hmm.
And for elementary, beyond that was what? 25 or?
Well, elementary, the same, 15. So it's small rooms.
I mean, the larger rooms would be?
The larger rooms are 22 for K through 4,
Okay.
25 at fifth grade, and 24 at pre-K.
But 700 square foot is the breaking point? Okay,
That's TEA's recommended classroom size.
okay.
At the elementary, they're at 800, so.
So the methodology is going to be in our bigger book
Yes.
of information that we get?
Well, the final report will include the methodology. You're also going to get a floor plan of every building, like I was shown, showing which rooms were counted for capacity.
So the draft report is going to have everything so that we can see everything before we get to the final?
No, the draft report does not have the capacity. We can get that assembled.
So let me make sure I'm not going to be disappointed. We won't see the full product until we vote on it.
No, you're going to have all of a report that will show the capacity of each one of your buildings and the FCI. You will have that for every district.
But not the
You're just not going to
methodology.
have the floor plans, the capacity floor plans.
But not the methodology?
The methodology, we can add it to it. It's what I shared today, so we can summarize that and add that, so.
I'm kind of sort of not looking for a summary. I guess I'm looking for all of the information that you have. I'm not necessarily looking for the executive summary report. I want to see the full report before we vote on it, if you don't mind.
You want to see every school in the district?
Well, even just looking at capacity, how you came up with that. Now, if it's as simple as what you just said, then we'll go with that. If that's what's in your full report, it's just that simple.
Yes.
15 versus 20 kids versus whatever.
Yes.
Okay. So Stephanie, I'm not sure why we have such different numbers on our capacity from time to time either then.
Well, I do, sir. So,
Because if we have 25 classrooms and we put 25, let's say secondary, we had 25 kids in each classroom, is that the capacity of the school?
let's back up even further. Velia had originally capacity numbers that when I asked, what are the capacity of our buildings? She said this is what she had gotten from another department. Those numbers were only listing less than, right at 80% of whatever the original blueprint of each school was. So it didn't take into account any portables or any additions. Then we came in, because they were so vastly different, and actually what prompted this was the move of Highland Meadows going from Hill to middle school, fifth grade, Highland Meadows going to TASB, because on paper it said TASB did not have enough room. But since it happened to have been one of the schools I directly supervised, I knew they had room. So we then created two-dimensional maps of each building, very rough and went into every room. And I would say, how big is this room? Can it hold 25? Yes or no? And we'd put 25 in that box. This room can only hold 10. We'd put 10. So I went to every space. So that's why Dan called that the sardine can, because I wasn't allowing for conference. I was thinking you're going to have teachers in every room at every period of the day. So floating, I was counting art, I was counting music, I was counting PE. If there was a space where kids could be, I was counting it.
Okay.
Hers is not that, this one now is, what's the size of the room? It is either the 800 square feet or it's below. And if it's there, every one of those rooms is 25.
And in the classroom capacity, are we taking into consideration the furnishing and cabinetry for those rooms?
It's,
And the reason I
the way
asked that-
she is, it's the square footage. It wasn't in the one, I mean, we were going in and looking at the room, and we would adjust the number if we saw science labs that were up against the wall that take up space, well, then maybe you can't fit as many kids in there as the square footage says.
Right. So I guess right now I'm thinking about in particular a classroom at Roosevelt that had only about 20 kids, but with the furnishing, it was very crowded and very hard to maneuver. So we could put 20 kids in straight little rows, and it would be plenty of space. But if you have different types of furnishing, then that would impact it. So, and I know sometimes we like to put a hard and fast number on capacity. But you got to kind of know what that's taken into consideration and what it's leaving out, which is why I was asking for the methodology. I would like to know, what are you considering, what are your assumptions about that space? If it's simply square footage, then I think we're leaving out the flexibility, because some schools will look like they have plenty of capacity, when in reality, from a functional instructional environment, it does not have that much capacity. But we can talk about capacity a little bit more. I think you've heard several board members bring that up, so it's going to be somewhat of a hot topic. And on cafeteria, I mean, I know we talk about how many lunch periods we're going to have, but you know, when you have, choose another example, when you have a 6th grade class at Harris Stone finishing lunch at 1:10, another hour and a half they get out of school. But the pre-K might start lunch at 10 and still doesn't get out of school till about 3. So, you know, having a large number of lunch periods is, I don't think that's the question. I don't think that's the answer to this. I really think we need to look at the size of the cafeteria, and Stephanie, Dr. Kennedy-Holmes, we might need to decide, are we going to have 2 lunch periods, 3 lunch periods, or 4? Is whatever's going to be the ideal. But when we have students eating lunch at brunch time and finishing lunch when it's just about time to go home, I'm not sure if that's good for our kids either.
Dr. Blackburn, I know we looked at, this past year, the food service department has looked at every school and looked at when lunch starts, when lunch ends, and we've worked with the campus staff, because it's, in all cases, it's not necessarily attributed to the size of the space. It could be how they arrange lunch periods based on what's going on in the classroom, because we even saw some at elementaries where maybe only 70% of the cafeteria was used at a time because of the variations in the class schedules. So I know we've worked with Stephanie and food service to try and look and consolidate those, because ideally you'd want to have about a 2-hour window for lunch. 11 to 1 would be ideal if you could hold it to that. But to your point, in some cases it is the capacity of the cafeteria.
And 11 to 1 might be what we should strive for as a district. And I think, well, we'll get to some more. When will we get the full report, the full draft report?
Probably, well, you're going to get a copy today. the near draft for your district. And then over the next month, we'll vet it with y'all, take your comments, vet it with the schools, and hopefully come back in November with the final.
So if you don't mind, I'd like to see everybody else's draft too.
Or would you like a hard copy or online?
No, I really prefer to have it digital. Just
Digital?
Send it to me, or I can put it on a drive. And it's more from an equity standpoint that I want to see everybody.
Okay.
And I think Dustin asked for this by spreadsheet of all the information for every school too.
Okay.
Helps out when we can sort it and do a lot of other things. But I know it's a lot of work trying to put this together, and it's no fun sitting where you are. But I welcome you back so we can ask more questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, so first, thank you all for taking the time to do this. We'll argue about what, or maybe we won't. We'll discuss what utilization should mean and what capacity should mean and what other these core kind of defining terms mean. But I think you've done a phenomenal job. It's incredibly thorough. I say that, one, to applaud you, but also just to let folks in the room know that it shows kind of what's important to the district. And Dustin, you mentioned this earlier when we had the racial equity assessment before I was on the board. It was not as thorough as this, so this isn't necessarily directed at you, but I just hope that whenever we do the assessments of our district, whether it's long-term facilities or racial equity or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that we take the same type of intentionality, because I think it expresses our commitment to what matters more and what matters less. So it's not necessarily directed at y'all, but I just wanted to make a statement that this kind of sets a bar on what we should be getting from our outside consultants on whatever we engage them in. So thank you for being thorough and being diligent, and we'll talk about the issues within it later. And can you tell me what the next presentation entails, just generally? Because it might drive what questions I have and which ones I hold.
It's going to show how we've taken, the long-range master plan is basically data, and it's going to show how we've taken this data and applied it to the district. I mean, one part of it is assessments, but the other part is to look at our existing buildings in terms of age, in terms of condition, in terms of capacities and utilizations, and come forward with a concept or recommendations to make some pretty significant changes to other buildings.
So I think I'll hold most of my questions, and my colleagues have addressed some of my issues, especially the definition of what FCI is, what capacity is, how it compares to the numbers or the data we've had before. I would like to see that same stuff. I do have a question. Whenever you're walking the schools or developing these FCI, who outside of maintenance and operation and the consultant was involved in that process to kind of maybe capture these non-data driven stuff like cafeterias or classrooms that might look like they can hold 20 people, but they actually can once you put furnishing in them? You mentioned principals a little bit, so my primary question was how engaged were principals in giving you feedback on what's happening at their campus?
So we started the process with a questionnaire that went to every principal, and the questionnaire was very detailed to deficiencies they knew, problems they knew on the campus, anything. I would ask about roof leaks, issues that they had. So every single principal responded, and we have that data that we used before to review before we sent their teams out to walk. So they were looking for the normal things that we would look, but we were looking specifically for those things. Some principals walked with us when we were walking the buildings. We would let them know a week in advance, and several of them took us up on the offer to walk with us. And then when we did the Learn Rubric assessment, the principals were engaged again to walk and to talk about the spaces, how they were being used, some of the challenges that we had. So we engaged the principals throughout. Obviously, the campus has their own, their custodian, their head custodian, a head maintenance person walked with us as well, because they're the ones that know where problems are. And in many cases, they had to do them on several locations because our teams came through at different times. We had the architectural team come through, then the engineering team come through, the roofing team come through, so.
Have principals seen the capacity numbers? So like this issue that Dustin's talking about at Woodrow, has the principal at Woodrow seen where you landed? So you're talking about that on the front end, right? Yeah. Before you went into the schools, and then some of the principals joined you when they walked the schools, but then ultimately you came up with your conclusion that school has this FCI rating, this capacity number? Has like a principal seen the capacity number?
No, it's what we said, our next step is to,
Okay.
However, most of those capacity numbers, again, were, as much as people thought they were going to be vastly different, they were not that different from what Irene's team
Targeting
ended
that,
up
yeah.
with. And in fact, so most of our principals do know the current capacity because there was very little change. They have not seen the ones that have the, well, Woodrow's an exception. Woodrow principal does know because we did have to engage a little earlier in the process. But they are all going to have the capacity so that we can still do some
Okay.
dialoguing about, does this make sense or not?
Okay, thank you.
One just super quick data request for the administration. On the websites for each school, we have the capacity, what we currently say is the capacity number of the school. And I think we have either on the website, currently we have the history of what it's been in past years, or we know historically what we used to have on the website as the capacity of each school. So I'd like to see, and I'll leave it up to my colleagues whether they want this for their schools or not, but for at least for District 2, I would like to see the last 3 to 5 year history of what we've said the capacity number is each year for each school, and how that compares to what we're now saying the capacity number is, because that's what the community is rooted in, and that's what we're going to be getting questions about, is how the old capacity number relates to the new capacity number. So if you could share those for our context, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I believe trustee Foreman has another question, please.
If trustee Mitch K would stop trying to block me. So this is just a quick question. In the proposal, you talked about CTE programs being at one location per quadrant. So were you speaking of at one school per quadrant, or what does that look like?
we didn't go into detail on that, but it could be at a campus, centralized one facility that other schools can come to. It could be a high school, it could be a middle school, it could be a district-owned property or not owned property. The recommendation was to get it more accessible to students in each area.
So, Superintendent, each student has to have some kind of a certificate for CTE to graduate, correct?
There are certainly CTE requirements.
Okay.
There are a lot that they can gain at their campuses, their normal campuses anyway. These are just more expensive ones that are difficult to replicate at every campus. These would be specialty.
So this is not talking about moving CTE programs from campuses?
No.
This is talking about something like automotives?
Yes, that are very
That might be
expensive.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so that really needs to
If
be
it's
defined, because
business and industry,
we should not be
construction.
talking about moving CTE programs from
Yeah.
specific campuses. Again, that goes back to the transportation issue that is a real concern for me. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's my turn. So first of all, thank you. This is pretty impressive work, and I thank you for the fact that it's pretty comprehensive. In fact, I have in front of me the 2013 Parsons report. The work began in roughly 2011, 2012, so I mean, this thing is 5 years old, and it didn't take any of the educational adequacy and, kind of why we're using this building to begin with. It literally, if you look at all 100, I have the 66-page summary report. It's just looking at mechanical and electrical and plumbing. It's in some ways kind of bare bones, but I think that it helped trigger the question on consistency. And I think that is, if I've heard around the table, one thing has to do with the fact that, there have been in the past inconsistencies on numbers, and at least now we have a consistent methodology that was consistently applied to all our buildings. And we can look to see whether or not, we look at individual schools that we happen to know in, different levels of detail and decide whether or not that makes sense. And thank you for giving us and the principals the opportunity. That's another thing about the Parsons report that I understand at the time, and really it talked mostly to the maintenance folks and the custodians. And kind of bypassed the principal's office in some ways. And so I thank you for getting first the input from the principals and getting their input at the very end. I just think that it is critical that the folks that know the most about what's going on in their building, the principals, from the principals to the custodians, that it's pretty critical that we get that input and that we tie in the technology piece and the educational adequacy piece. And also that we start applying some thought around capacity and, how big a building should be. What's the best educational space? We happen to be in a building that was built for 860 some odd kids. This is one of our most new buildings, and I certainly encourage all the trustees to take a walk around this building. It is pretty impressive. It is, if I recall correctly, geothermally cooled to a certain extent. With definitely the cooling part's working well today. But it really is, it is a beautiful space for our students who attend here, and we're very proud of that. Just one quick note on the CTE centers. I would encourage any trustee to go visit the one in Garland. So they built, Grand Prairie has one. Well, I know I've been to the one in Garland. It is a standalone. It serves the entire school district. There has been controversy around moving some of the CTEs from the regular Garland high schools to that CTE center, and there's a balance that was achieved from what I understand. At that, it is a beautiful facility. It is state-of-the-art. The kids get really the best of the best. And when I walked away, I was thinking, man, we need 3 or 4 of these. And again, they serve multiple high schools. They only have 6 high schools, so it's easy to have one. Well, that's not too far out of the realm for Dallas ISD to consider that. They happen to have built it away from, just because of where they built it. It's relatively close, almost walking distance from one high school campus, but they bus their kids for either a morning term or an afternoon term. It's actually a pretty unique facility, and I would encourage everybody to see it because I think that in some ways it's kind of the future of CTE in one location, and they were very welcoming, and we got the VIP tour. It was pretty incredible. One note about, I was on the board when we decided to move all the 6th graders to middle school. And the middle school principals, who were at the time mostly 7, 8, consistently told us, I would rather have the kids for 3 years because then I get to know the kids, I know more about the kids. I happen to be a big proponent of K-12 schools just because that's what I attended. And I always knew, but we were divided by elementary, K-5 or 1-5, middle school 6, 7, and 8, and then high school 9 to 12, kind of a standard. So it is a discussion I'm welcome to have. I just remember in my recollection at the time, as we pushed hard to eliminate all our 7, 8 middle schools, was to add our 6th graders to our middle school. I mean, Lou was around at the time as well. Man, I must have said something. Well, I mean, I welcome the discussion. I just, there is a counterpoint. The counterpoint is that the principals would prefer them. I mean, you could just equally argue, well, let's move the 9th graders down to middle school. And they only have 10, 11, 12 at high school, right? I mean, these are discussions we can have. I don't think that there's a one-size-fits-all and there isn't a perfect model. But I'm just a little history for those of us who've been here for a while. But I thank you very much for the consistency. I'm looking forward to the plan. I think that we're about to engage in a pretty robust discussion with some very, very long-term implications. I hope that we will have an open mind about it and will take our time to think about it and not rush to judgment, but really start thinking long-term about what's in the best interest of, roughly 160,000 kids for the next 10 years. So with that, are we ready to move on to Mr. Superintendent?
Yeah, almost. If we can just warm up a little bit, we may have to, during lunch, walk out and get rained on so we can warm up and thaw out a little bit. But I think it would be appropriate to take a recess. And I think the so what question, that's really what, the next question is so what? You got all this great data, so what? We're going to try to partially answer the so what in the next session, but if we can take a recess, eat our lunch, we'll lay it out. We're scheduled to adjourn at approximately 2 o'clock, but that's flexible. But this is so important. We want to get it out there and then hear back from you.
So how long a recess do you want to take?
I think 15, 20 minutes to eat lunch, and then we can start jumping in.
So, yeah, we're just, and we don't even get to do exercise.
No exercise.
Yeah, we get recess, do we get
Go
recess
outside
to
and
go
warm up.
outside? So let's restart at 20 after, since it's 5 after. Okay, so it is after 20 after, so we can continue to eat, but we'll go ahead and move on to the next phase of the presentation, please.
So I'll turn it over to Scott and Stephanie, and then I'm going to close out at the end with some help with Angie and Stephanie. But Scott, if you'll just pick it up from here, we'll need to start answering the so what question.
Okay. We'll go ahead and get started. As we mentioned this morning, the long-range plan was more in line with providing us data. And now what we'd like to show you, what we have done, is take that data and apply it to all the facilities in our district in terms of what can we really do to address long-range needs. I mean, it's pretty simple to go in and say, let's just do priorities 1 and 2 at every single campus. But as you saw this morning, there's a lot of campuses that are under capacity, and even campuses under 300. And is that in our best interest to bring those up to a level when the campuses are only half full? So what we did was we actually took the data and created. Let's see if I can. We took the data and created what we call the strategic facilities plan. And you can see the relationship between the long-range master plan, the data gathering, and then how it leads to the SFP. We look at existing conditions, recommendations for new buildings, facility costs, operating expenses, and so forth. So this is how we got to the strategic facilities plan. Now, before I go to the next slide, I want you to know we took all the data, we applied it to our campuses, and we're going to come forth with what we feel would be a good solution to addressing some of our issues. Again, it's our suggestion, recommendation to you, and ultimately the board would be the ones to make the final decisions. So what we've done, criteria for consideration as we've done this, is look at the FCIs, the age of the facilities, the utilization factors, and then where we could get efficiency gains through consolidation of existing schools. In other words, take smaller schools, consolidate them, build new schools, and provide a better environment and a more cost-effective environment for our kiddos.
Is this online already? Do we have access to this?
What's that?
Is this one online?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
This is online?
It's online.
This one is. It is.
Oh, you just added it.
It is.
I had to refresh, thanks.
Okay, so we're going to step through what we would like to be considered throughout the district, and Stephanie's going to assist us here because she's the most knowledgeable of where the schools are and what's going on at those schools. And so we'll go ahead and start with the first group, and this provides the information, and then on the right you see the geographical locations of those schools. Hawthorne Elementary School, in looking at the data, obviously it needs replaced, and that's on the agenda for this next week. But as a part of that, we would also look at consolidating Ireland into the new Hawthorne Elementary, and then also utilize Richardson Elementary School to absorb some of those kids. Let me make a note here. The column headings there obviously are age of the facility, ENR is current enrollment, utilization, where they're at, and then their facility condition index. So you can see all that. Anything else you want to add on that one?
Just as in terms of methodology, how did we start with these? One thing that was in Irene's presentation, all of the schools that were above the 60% FCI, just so you know where we started. We started with schools that were 60% or above FCI. So while Ireland is not, but the one that was, that then triggered the conversation contextually, whether individuals agree or disagree, just wanting to make sure that we lay out our logic. So we started with Hawthorne, its FCI being as high as it is, of a 98, but in the process then of deciding what would be best is how Ireland and Richardson come to the conversation.
Yeah. And also, you'll see throughout this, the only schools we considered were the elementaries and the middle schools. High schools, even though the data indicated they were well below utilization and in poor condition, we just did not feel like any of the high schools ought to be closed down or consolidated with other high schools. So we left all the high schools alone. The next group is the Rosemont, and you can see it, you have two buildings there, Rosemont CMOS, and then Rosemont, which are pretty much across the street from each other. The one school is in good condition, and actually the CMOS, the pre-K2, is in good condition, but we'd recommend looking at closing the Rosemont campus, the 3 through 8, and then converting the existing CMOS to a pre-K to 8 and add a large addition to it. The CMOS campus is much newer, and we'd add an addition that would get to 1,250. This one is actually in the bond program too. We have approximately $40 million for a new Rosemont. It's not clearly defined. We haven't gotten to that point, but this could be a solution to the Rosemont project. The next one is to replace Peabody and then actually do away with Anson Jones, demolish Anson Jones, and combine the kids, take the kids from Anson Jones and split them between Peabody and Donald Elementary. Twain and Turner, we would demolish Turner. You can see the FCI is about 84, we'd demolish Twain, and then we would consolidate the kids at Turner Elementary. Hall, Donald, and Cowart, we would demolish Hall, and then we would simply absorb the kids at Donald and Cowart. Rhodes, Dunbar, Roberts, we would demolish Dunbar, replace Rhodes, build a brand new J.J. Rhodes, demolish Dunbar, and then the kids that were at Dunbar would be absorbed by both J.J. Rhodes, the new J.J. Rhodes, and Roberts Elementary School. Idea at Fannin and North Dallas, we would look at selling that site, the Fannin site, and relocating those kids to North Dallas High School, have another program, since we'd be looking at doing significant renovations to North Dallas anyway. We could certainly, we feel like we could incorporate that program at North Dallas.
A further explanation too is that the idea at Fannin is a historical site designation, so it'd be very difficult to build there, but there's so many properties being gobbled up on Ross Avenue, it'd be primed to sell. And even with a historic designation, just like they did at the old Crockett, they could turn it into apartments. Just like they did at the old Auto Friday, they're turning that into apartments. And so someone would be wanting to buy that one, and it would be the one school that's not growing. Here's an opportunity to move it. We'd also talked about a lot depends on what happens downtown with City Lab. We know that building is big enough for City Lab to have another school in it. Typically, we're not real excited about co-locations. However, for efficiencies, and so IDEA could either go downtown with City Lab or to North Dallas, but this is our recommendation at this point.
Next one is Keast Elementary. We would simply build a new one, demolish and replace. Geneva Heights, the same thing, demolish and replace. DeGoyer and Gooch, we would demolish Gooch and replace DeGoyer with a new school, and then consolidate the kids from Gooch to DeGoyer. Cassaview, Hexter, and Riley, we would replace both Cassaview and Hexter, go ahead and demolish Riley, and then consolidate the kids to Hexter and Cassaview. Walnut Hill, replace Walnut Hill and demolish Pershing and move the kids to Walnut Hill. These four, we would demolish Urban Park, we'd build a new Silverstein Elementary School, and then we would absorb the kids from Urban Park at Silverstein, Rowe, and Callao. I tried.
Callejo, also known as Callejo.
Okay, Bushman Peas. Yeah, I'm on a roll. I'm not a... Bushman Peas, we would tear down both those buildings, build a new Bushman, and then relocate the kids from Peas to Bushman. And then Miller and Starks, basically tear down Miller and absorb the kids at Starks. Atwell Middle School, we would replace that. Peeler, Reagan, Hogg, we're showing to replace Peeler and move the kids from Hogg and Reagan to Peeler. So basically taking 3 schools, building one new one, and putting all the schools in that location. Field, simply demolish Field and relocate the kids to this building, Joe May. John Q. Adams would be a 1-for-1 replacement. Carpenter and Webster, we would build a new Carpenter, demolish Webster, relocate the kids to Carpenter. De Zavala and Carr, demolish Carr, build a new De Zavala, relocate the kids from Carr to De Zavala. Oliver, tear down Oliver and do not rebuild, and relocate the kids to Marsalis. Dandy Rogers Elementary, construct a new one. Gill Elementary, construct a new one. Chapel Hill Prep, construct a new one. The same with Longfellow, build a new Longfellow Middle School, build a new Withers Elementary School, demolish and sell Nolan Estes, and look at relocating the programs that are currently there to Village Fair next year after South Oak Cliff goes back to their building. Village Fair is in really good condition, and we could very easily do that. Nolan Estes is not in very good condition. Robert Hill Middle School, we would build a new one. Marcus Elementary, construct a new school. Dessa, construct a new facility there. And then Travis, Milam, and Chavez, do that one, do you know?
So this one is probably one we couldn't come to consensus on, even amongst us, just in discussion. So we do know Travis really needs a new building. So if we were able to do it on the Travis site, the challenge there is it's a very small footprint, and it's trapezoidal in its shape, which Tim informs me that is difficult to build what we need there for about the 550 we were searching for. Milam objectively may look like a good site, but they're turning that street in front of it where we had it as a one-way is now going to be two-way, so that takes away some of the drop-off. So there are additional challenges there. So here, we're just adding to the challenges you already have in your mind right now with no solution at this point other than we know we need to do something with both Travis and Milam for different reasons. Milam has a very small enrollment, and Chavez has room to absorb quite a few, as we may remember, even though there are a whole bunch of apartments around there that are going up now that our kids are moving away. So that's why we thought Chavez would be a good site. So we're just putting them out there as something to think about, but we need to do something because Milam was one of the ones that's above the 60, as well as Travis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and both Milam and Travis are about the same size, about 3 acres. And if we got rid of Travis, Milam's a pretty good location for that program. And so we would just relocate the kids from that were attending Milam to go to Chavez. But we would need a new Travis at Milam. We're not talking about renovating Milam to be the Travis program. It would be a new building. Okay, Holland and Bryan, basically demolish Holland Elementary and absorb the kids at Bryan. Okay, and really, that's the extent of them. Yeah. And the next 2 pages is basically the same information, but I've added the comment column for you, so you can see exactly where kids are going.
Our objective was to make all of y'all mad, but go ahead. Keep going, Scott.
And you can also see.
I'm not mad, I just got some questions.
Under the new facilities, we indicated if we were building a new one, what size the school would be. Typically, an elementary school, we would try and gear towards 850, but there's some situations where we'd go to 750, and then the middle schools were 1,000, and I think one situation where we went to 1,250.
And I just want to reiterate back to Trustee Foreman, your question at the first presentation about 5th grade to 6th grade, because part of the reason, in some of these, when we're going to 850, and when you add up all the schools, you may only see 700, but in the conversation, should we ever decide to move 5th grade to stay at the elementary, the 6th grade, rather than going there, we wanted to have space. We didn't want to create our own new problem, so that's why we went with the 850 at the elementary.
So if you took this list and totaled it up, there are 47 demolitions that are identified, 25 new schools being constructed, for a total reduction of 22 facilities in the district. So I've repeated that at the top, and I wanted to show you the costs associated. If we built 25 new schools, you're basically looking at $954 million in order to build those schools and demo the old ones. We feel like by reducing by 22 facilities, our operational savings annually would be about $9 million. Our administrative savings would be about $13.7 million for a total annual savings of about $22.7. Also, we listed with the sale of the 22 properties we had in there, they're appraised currently at about $45 million. I'm sure that's a very conservative number if we were to sell some of those properties. We've even been told, I want to say Travis or Fannon's worth maybe $25 or $30 million, just that site alone. So, and the map here gives you the overall of what we just covered, but I wanted to show you this too. You remember earlier in the long-range master plan slide, 44 years for US, our schools were at 51.7. If we applied this strategic plan, our average age would drop from 51.7 to 41.6. In terms of the schools, you can see that our 0 to 20s would obviously go way up to 62. Our 60-plus year schools drop down from 99 to 62. And then our facility condition index, instead of only having 15 schools that were in very good condition, we'd have approximately 40. And you can see how the over 60% FCIs have dropped from 49 to 7 schools. So I'm going to let Tim, now we'll get into the money on the bond program and what was identified in the long-range plan and how we could look at some different scenarios. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to first take you back to where we started on the 2015 bond, and then go into where we are now, and then where we're headed in terms of what we have left to spend. And then we're going to show you some scenarios we came up with of how to go about spending the dollars. And then one final approach to project packaging that we'd like you to look at as well. So first of all, this slide shows you the projects that we released into phase 1 of the 2015 bond last year. There's 33 schools in this list for a total of $346 million. And I wanted to point out that the dollars shown here are the total project dollars. That includes both construction and soft costs, like design and permitting and program management, and in some cases furniture. It's total project costs that you're seeing up here. So we released $346 million into our pipeline over the last year. And that's still in the process of being paid out, as some of most of these projects are in construction, or some of them have completed, but this is not all spent yet. It's still in the process of being spent. Now, in this list, there's 4 projects that are shown in red. These are schools that intersect with our strategic facilities plan. You saw them on the maps that Scott just showed you. And as you can see, we did have, these 4 schools. We did spend a little bit of money at them, but these projects were all fairly minor interior renovations. And by the time we get to timing on a future, this facilities plan, I think the improvements that we put in these schools will essentially have amortized themselves out. Where am I going here? There, oops, too far. Okay, now where we're at now, phase 2 is the primary active phase in terms of both being in design and construction, kind of straddling both phases. We had a few more projects in this phase, 37 sites, which include not only schools, but we also have district-wide athletic facilities in this phase. And the total dollar value of this phase has turned out to be $590 million. Now, one of the schools Scott previously mentioned, Hawthorne, we've brought to the board this month to recommend as being done as a full replacement. And so we pointed that out on the slide. But the other 8 schools shown in red intersect with the strategic facilities plan in terms of them being recommended for either replacement or demolishing. Unlike the schools in the first phase, which are already completed, the 4 in red from the previous slide, these 8 schools are just now entering construction or awaiting permits. And so as a part of the decision-making of this board, you have the opportunity potentially to pull these projects back. And if that were done by the end of this calendar year, we estimate we would save $28 million that could be reallocated based on following a different kind of plan. And then finally, this list is showing all of the schools remaining in the bond that were part of the original phase 3 through 5. There's 32 schools in this list, shown in red, that intersect with the strategic facilities plan. And 2 of the schools we've highlighted, one in red, Rosemont, as Scott mentioned earlier, already had monies set aside to do some kind of a replacement, major upgrade at that campus. We would propose to continue on with that. That would dovetail nicely with what we've proposed at Rosemont. And then the other is West Dallas PK8, which has just recently, as you all know, the STEM program was announced there with that partnership with SMU Toyota. We would propose to continue to stay on with that. So in all the working on the slides, I see we had a note on there at one time. I think we dropped it off, but I wanted to point out that bottom line total of $342 million does not include the dollars from Rosemont and West Dallas. That's minus those 2 line items. If you included those 2 line items, we'd be up about $417 million for remaining, but we're only counting it as 342 because we're making the assumption that we're going to keep those 2 line items intact as originally planned. Okay, so now let's look at some scenarios. We have 3 scenarios here that we came up with, and I want to first explain the funds available for the first 2 scenarios. If you go down to the table in the lower left, you'll see the $342 million for phase 3 through 5 that's available right now because we haven't started those projects. And we are estimating from the phase 1 and 2 projects that are already in the pipeline that we're going to see a savings of $33 million coming back from those projects, meaning they either bid under budget or we weren't needing to use the contingency that we normally put in some of those projects for unforeseen site conditions. We got lucky on some projects, and we're not going to need that contingency. So based on a combination of those things, we see realistically about $33 million coming back in the next weeks and months here in the near term off of phase 1 and 2. So if you add those 2 together, we're projecting we'll have $375 million actually to spend on the remaining bond program. So taking that number, if you look in the first column, this scenario is, let's say that we just want to try to attack work on the schools that were in phase 3 through 5, meaning the 4 remaining high schools that have not gotten attention yet. That would be Adams and Madison and Sunset and North Dallas. Yes. And so we apply that to the data. And the phase 3 through 5 schools, as you see here, priority 1s are $333 million. The priority 2s are 1.2. We could get all the way through the priority 1s, no problem with the money we have left in the bond, but we would run out shortly after trying to delve into priority 2s. So we would need help from a future bond, in this case of probably 1.1, a little over 1.1, call it 1.2. So that's one scenario, going after the remaining schools that have not been touched in the bond. This is what we would see. The second scenario in the middle column is, let's just back up and go back to what the long-range master plan is showing across district-wide, and go back and apply those dollars based on what the data shows, no matter whether we've been at the school already or not in the current bond. And as you can see, of course, we wouldn't be able to wipe out all of the P1s and certainly not get to the P2s. So the amount of help we would need to try to wipe out our 5-year needs would be $1.6 billion. And then finally, in the third column, I want to go back to that chart in the lower left because we've got a different calculation on the funds available. We would take the $342 million that we have sitting in our current bond, the $33 million in savings that we're forecasting coming. We would add to that the $28 million that we can recover by the end of the year if we were to pull the trigger and pull back those projects that are out there right now, the 8 projects I mentioned. And then the $45 million from real estate sales of the 22 sites we call for demolishing, which, as Scott pointed out, is a conservative number. We think it will actually go higher. So we call that $448 million. Under the strategic facilities plan, of course, we would take out the P1 and P2 costs for the schools we're going to replace or demolish, so that's why the numbers dropped in those first 2 lines as compared to the previous 2 scenarios. But now add to that the okay, of course, if we're going to replace schools and demolish schools, we're not going to do P1s and P2s at those schools. So we deducted the P1 and P2 costs of those existing campuses out of these totals here in the 3rd column. Do you follow? Mm-hmm. So that's why they're lower. So now adding back to that, we add the $954 million approximately for building new campuses, or replacing schools rather, and demolishing campuses. And so that brings us to $2.4 billion. We subtract the 448 from that, and we're just a tick under $2 billion for a potential future bond. So does everyone follow me so far on those? Any questions at this point?
Well, before you go to the next slide, as we talked about this, you know, we've got enough money to do priority ones in phase 3 through 5, or we're close, not quite there on the middle column for priority ones. We could do it in the strategic facility plan, which means we back out those 47 schools. But as we talked about this in Chiefs meeting, do we really want to do that? Do we really want to just look at doing a priority 1, knowing we're going to have to turn around and come back into that building? So actually, Dr. Hinojosa said, why don't you run a scenario on doing priority 1s and 2s, and let's just see how far we can get. Go ahead and go to the next one. So what we did, we took, all right, we looked at phase 3 through 5 projects. We've got 4 high schools left, and they were going to go in phase 3 anyway, because we made the commitment at phase 2 to push high schools up and do those as quickly as we could. So we took the 4 high schools, and then from that point on, we went, all right, the 4 high schools each reside in a different district. We took the other 5 districts, we took the ones that were in the worst condition, the worst FCI, and we just started plugging them in on going ahead and doing priority 1 and priority 2 from the long-range master plan. So you can see that is, those are the elementary schools. We got through every district twice, I believe. We can't get through 3 times. We just don't have enough money. And
so basically what Scott's saying here, I went ahead and moved to the next slide. You'll see the 4 high schools and the districts they're in. And then the worst middle school that we didn't call to replace, which was Cary. So districts 1, 2, 3, 7, and 9 got a school there. So on the elementary school list, we started with District 4 and hit the remaining districts one at a time, and then started round robining it down, starting with District 1 again, moving through the worst schools that we were retaining until we ran out of money, basically. So the grand total you see on the second slide there, $373 million, still leaves about $2 million out of the 375, but that shows you that we could do 22 campuses all the way for the $375 million, basically.
Why is the total in this scenario not the 448 instead of the 375?
Because this is not assuming yet that we're replacing any schools. This is trying to,
But if we adopt your strategic facilities plan and prioritize the money like this, then it'd be 450 we're spending instead of 375, right?
yes.
So you could,
But I think
you could add $75 million worth of more middle and elementary schools.
Yes. I think the objective here, though, is we were trying to show our communities what could be done if we could go in and fix a school all the way.
Yeah, let me pick it up from right there.
Yeah.
Because people don't believe, but people in the suburbs believe because they go by and all their schools have irrigation, all their schools have landscaping, all their schools have signage, all their schools are modernized. Irving schools are as old as ours, but all of those schools have been modernized. So as you approach the next bond, now you've got schools in every district that have been modernized to that level with everything in 1 and 2, priority 1 and priority 2. And so you show all over town, and by the way, you've addressed almost every high school as you prepare to go for a 2021 bond. We used to have the idea in Dallas that every 5 years we would go for a bond. Dallas didn't have a bond after the 70s for a long time. Dr. Moses got one passed in 2002, and then we got one passed in 08, and the thought was going about every 5 years. And then we didn't have one from 08 to 15, and then now 21, now you get back closer to it. And so it would be so that people could see. You see the new schools like Joe May and across the street Pancho Medrano. You also see most of the high schools, South Oak Cliff, Carter, Hillcrest, White, that have been done. And then you add Bryan Adams and some others. And now you look at elementaries in every community and you see what is the art of the possible. So pick it back up from there.
Yeah, I mean, we have several options. I mean, we can just keep going the way we're going, but I think what we've shown you is we're not going to address what's in the long-range plan if we continue to do the projects the way we're doing them. The second option is we could do all priority 1s throughout the whole district. That's an option. Or the third option is this, where we make 22 schools look great and show people what we can do with these schools based on the data that came back in the long-range plan.
But the important distinction is on slide 17, though, your 3 scenarios all presume that we do one set of construction on the campus to handle priority 1, and then we go back later with another construction project with additional bond money to handle priority 2. So
Yes, sir.
We're hitting every school in phase 3 and phase 4 and phase 5 twice over the period of 3, 4, 5 years.
And that will extend
That doesn't
it.
make any sense to me.
Yeah, it will take longer, and it'll be more costly because the
Yeah,
cost
of
will
course.
continue to go up.
All right, thanks.
Okay, go. Okay.
All right, so we put together a timeline comparing, taking that project packaging on the previous slide versus just continuing on doing what we're doing. So if we could do 22 projects all the way, putting $375 million into the pipeline, we believe we can do that as just one more phase in the bond. We launch all those projects within the first quarter of 2019 as an example here, staggered, of course, but we think we could be done with all of them by the end of 2021, or the last quarter of 2021. If we continue on and do 121 projects, as was shown on that previous slide, per the original plan, given the quantity of projects, we have to release them in 3 remaining phases, and they would stretch out with the final projects wrapping up probably in 2023 from what we see. So in terms of looking at a future bond, the proposed plan of packaging for 22 schools would give us the options of considering a possible future bond in November of 2021 or possibly even May of 2022. For example, if we had access to potentially other delivery methods, we might even be able to pull back the SFP schedule a little bit. We're thinking possibly even 6 months on that. But otherwise, this is what we project it would take to get that 22 school package done in terms of time.
So the last slide, we're just throwing out what we call guiding principles. What's important to us, to the district. Obviously, addressing safety, security, accessibility, and code compliance is a big issue. Equity in facilities is a big issue, and the long-range plan, addresses athletics and fine arts at all the high schools and gets them to a more equitable level. Strategic allocation of remaining bond funds. How are we going to utilize those funds, or how do you want us to utilize those funds? And we've shown you information to reduce the footprint that will definitely create greater efficiencies within our district. And we've laid out the plan where we basically take the worst schools first and move them up and do everything we can possibly do to get them done. So with that.
Let's go do mine before we take questions. We may never get to mine.
My light is already on.
Okay. Yeah, so what is the vision? What is the vision for the choice schools? So you look at what happened this year, and the board supported us in pivoting at the last minute, and I think your support has proven to help us be successful in regaining our market share. Montessori at Hernandez, the Sam Houston PL Prep, the Boys Solar Prep at Kennedy, and Ignite were all launched this year. We had good success at Sudie Williams and the Pleasant Grove Tags. We had 4 transformation local neighborhood schools that are going through that process, and then a wildly successful early childhood education center at Arlington Park. So we pulled those off without much planning, without much opportunity to have a sophisticated approach going forward. So then going to next year, and we've talked to you about expanding collegiate academies, one at North Lake and one at Skyline. That was presented to you recently. Also, we have been in conversations about Mills. One of our proposals for next year would be having a K-8 magnet school at Mills that would require us to move the students to Cedar Crest, and then also create, and I'm going to ask Angie to step in here in just a moment, and then move the kids and create an innovative school model at Cedar Crest. And then we've also looking at a personalized learning transformation school at Zaragoza, which is half empty, and then also up to 4 new innovation schools. Innovation schools are neighborhood schools that are reinventing themselves. Angie, will you now tell us how many we had applications come in for new transformation and innovation schools? Will you tell us how many we have applied for next year?
Yeah, last year there were 26 applications, and so our goal this year, working with campuses and with external partners, was 30, and we have 47 applications. So 47 schools that want to do a redesign or a completely new rebuild for innovation and transformation.
And so if you'll let me finish the page, let me go through and then we'll come back. So then, looking out the following years, we have an opportunity to do an early learning transformation school at H.S. Thompson. We can follow one or two models. We can follow the Arlington Park model, or we can follow the Harlem model. That site is very tight. It's only 4 acres, and there's not many other options you can have there. There's a great demand for Booker T. We actually happen to have an underutilized building at Adamson. We are fixing the foundation at Adamson. But we could also possibly have a Booker T replica going in at that building along with American Airlines and Adamson and the Career Tech, the P-Tech at that school. But we think there's enough space to possibly have another Booker T type school in the Bishop Arts District. And so that we're also looking at International Baccalaureate. One of the things that we had talked around this district is that equity, and we talked about how in the 4 parts of the district we should have similar type offerings. Here we're looking at a potential International Baccalaureate if there is desire, and a pattern at TJ and Carter. We'd have to build the pipeline for that, and we'd have to follow a process. The downtown Dallas Inc. Montessori School has been approved. We just don't have a site for that yet. And we were supposed to be open next year, but we're having to punt because there is not a fiscally viable site that we would all be comfortable with for next year. So now we're looking to punt that one more year. But that school has been approved. We just don't have a site that is agreeable to everybody that's affordable. So we've had to punt that for another year. There are some exciting things in the pipeline where we own some property that a lot of people like. There might be an opportunity to do a swap, but until that materializes, we really can't do much with that. We also are working with a group that has come to us, City Square, with purpose-built communities. They have purchased the Forest Theater in South Dallas on Martin Luther King and 175, and they've approached us about doing a K-8, what I'm coining a baby Booker T, with Martin Luther King, and making that, and they already have the funds to completely redo that theater and that whole area, and they allowed us to go public on this. They're working with some people from Atlanta who have done something similar. But we could take Martin Luther King Learning Center and make it a baby Booker T, where then our kids from South Oak Cliff, South Dallas, would have the same opportunities that these kids from Highland Park and Coppell have when they try to get into Booker T. We would have a pipeline that would be helping develop. So we have a location, we have partners on that, and that they think that 2021 is a very doable timeline. Again, we could also have neighborhood schools that wanted to reinvent themselves through the innovation process that is really gaining steam. We can only afford 5. We've got a whole bunch that applied, but we can only afford 5. We've announced the 2021-22 pre-K-8, similar to Rosemont. That money's already available to go to the old Pinkston site. By that time, Pinkston should be moving out, and we could get that started. We could do a transformation school at Jill Stone. If we remember, we're building new schools. What's the size of that school going to be, Scott? Do you know? 600, but we have land there, so it just depends. Once we start building that out, we could do that as just a neighborhood school, but a lot of apartments there are coming down, so we might have an opportunity to do that's, when you get at the early years, you have a lot more specificity. The future out years, they're just in development. There's another opportunity to do another early childhood transformation school, a site to be named later. Another new transformation school for DeGaulier Gooch, and that could go either way. As you get further out, it's less solid except for the K-8 Pinkston, pre-K-8 Pinkston school with SMU and Toyota. And then you see it once again, we continue the application process for schools. We also, now at that time, would look at the CTE hubs. I too, and when I was superintendent in spring, before I got the Dallas job in 2004, we opened a CTE campus. It was called the Wunchie High School, and it was the model for the Dubisky High School in Grand Prairie and the model for the Garland School. So I have a lot of history with that, and Wunchie's been going now for 15 years. When we built it back in 2003, 2004 in spring. So those are possibilities, or like we discussed earlier, the big expensive programs. And then of course, 2022, 23, We could have, with Peeler, by that time, the only way to build a Peeler is to see if we can negotiate that park next door. Reagan is being surrounded by apartments. They're about to get gobbled up. We could probably get good money for Reagan. Who knows what we could do with Hogg? It could be a early childhood like Harlee or like Arlington Park. We have a lot of different possibilities as we march down this road. So now that we've incorporated this, Angie and Stephanie, anything to add that I have left out about those replica schools? At first, we had talked about replicating Solar Prep because it is wildly popular, but it's still in its infancy. We don't have enough data yet to say that that could continue to replicate at the scale it is now. We know that the waiting lists at Booker T and some of these other schools are very exciting. We're still looking at trying to spread these programs to these all quadrants of the district. So Angie, Stephanie, anything to add that I may have left out?
I would just add that the IB feeder, that was just a recommendation of just trying to find more feeder patterns in North Dallas and South Dallas that could have kids get access to IB program within a school, not a complete Carter or TJ school.
Thank you. Stephanie, anything else? Okay, so now that we got that out, so we'll be glad to answer all your questions about that.
Trustee Marshall?
Wow, this is a lot to digest. I appreciate the teaser, Dr. Hinojosa, on the choice schools, but since there's not a whole lot of detail behind those, I'm going to sort of table any questions I would have about those until we get more into the weeds on the details and focus my questions more on Scott and Tim's presentation. So I guess at a high level, I would say I applaud the administration for putting out some bold proposals and leveraging the work that we just saw before lunch. Obviously the money and the time and the sort of data that came out of that analysis is only worthwhile if we act on it, and you're clearly working to act on it. So in theory, I am, at a high level, I'm supportive of making some difficult decisions that I'm sure politically would be hard for all of us, just because it's, the right thing to do to operationalize the district and to recognize when schools are either in bad physical condition or when their, utilization and enrollment is really low. We need to be, fiscally prudent and, operate schools that are enrolled above a certain level. Otherwise, we're just losing efficiencies in operation. So, at a macro level, I'm supportive of this. I do have some specific questions about the pairs, and I'm sure that's where most of the conversation at the table will center, because I'm sure a lot of us have unique knowledge about the schools that are in our districts and the specific permutations and pair, decisions that you're making. So if you look on slide 4, my first set of questions is around IDEA and North Dallas. IDEA, from an enrollment standpoint, looks like it's not faring as well as most of our choice schools, so I think it makes sense to do something there. And the FCI score is mediocre, I guess, so it makes sense to do something with that building. It's also in a gentrifying area, so it's probably got a high market value. So from a getting rid of IDEA standpoint at the current location, I don't have any objections, but I'm curious, and Angie and I were starting to talk about this, but I'm curious about how IDEA would roll into North Dallas. Are you envisioning that those students becoming part of the North Dallas general student body, or that it's a separate school at the same location? What's the vision there?
The vision there was a co-location, meaning 2 schools at 1 address, not that those students would become a part of the North Dallas comprehensive side. So while North Dallas had quite a bit of work that's we're looking at having done, thought there would be an opportunity to be able to plan for a separate section that would be just a complete separate section, just attached if they were able to build that into the design. So it was just like a conversation. Would there be a way to have a wing that would be just for IDEA on that site?
Separate school, separate wings,
School, separate
principal.
PEMS number, separate principal. It would be totally 2 schools at one location, not a school. It's not a school within a school.
Yeah, so I think that concerns me a little bit. I think we've got a turnaround underway at North Dallas, and I'm optimistic about the success that the current principal will have there. And I know that she's already struggling with some sort of have and have not perceptions with the early college high school there. And, in effect, that would be separating the building into 3 different programs, which from an operational standpoint seems challenging to me. And I wonder if there's not a way that we could have a program within North Dallas that the IDEA kids are part of, rather than having a totally separate PEMS number and separate school.
So that would absolutely be something we would, have to discuss with the superintendent, but I don't think, it changes the nature of what the original design was, obviously, with an OTI model and what was applied for in terms of it being a separate school. So, but I don't think we're not willing to have that conversation, but I certainly would never want to.
That's, Angela, you can weigh into this. In my mind, it's not a deal breaker. It's something worth talking about.
I agree. In fact, I was just walking that building with the principal, and that they have an elementary gym right now, the size of probably half of this room for high school kids. So they do outdoor intramurals with sports. So you could even get creative with the elective choices you offered at that facility with the North Dallas kids.
Okay, well, let's take that one offline and think through how to structure that, because I'm a little reticent to have a totally separate school there at the same location. All right, let's see, the Geneva Heights, I should have gone back and looked at the previous presentation, but is it not a historically designated protected building? It's not? Wow, it must be our oldest building that's not protected then. Besides Milam, yeah. Well, Milam's. So I think we're going to have a lot of concern from the community about the architectural significance of that building, and the idea of completely tearing it down and replacing it. So Scott, I would encourage you to think about ways that we could get creative about maintaining the historically significant portions of that building within a new envelope. All right, so Rogers Elementary, you're planning to replace that school with an FCI of 64. Should I be thinking about the cutoff of FCIs at 60, that if anything above a 60 should be replaced?
In general, that's how we started, was with anything that was above a 60.
Okay.
There is right now on here, though, there is one exception to that.
Okay. Longfellow makes sense to me. So the Travis Milam conversation, Stephanie, you and I had a little bit of this conversation. I appreciated your extra context when you were presenting this, because to me, this is a very confusing one. I fully agree that Travis needs a new building, and it makes sense to me that we would do that at a different site that's larger and easier for Tim to build on. It also makes sense that that real estate is obviously worth a bundle and could be sold at a premium. I'm a little concerned about relocating Travis to the Milam site, because Milam has all of the same problems that the Travis site has. I mean, they're basically the same size. They're both in very busy areas. I know you mentioned that Milam is square and Travis is a trapezoid, but they're both small landlocked properties with busy streets on every side of them. And, you've mentioned in the case of Milam that McKinney is turning into a two-way street, which is getting rid of the only area that we use for carpool on the shoulder of the one-way street.
Or parking.
Yeah, and parking. I mean, like in my trustee district, Milam is easily the site that is the hardest to maintain a school on, because it has no carpool, it has no parking. You can't let the kids outside without one-to-one supervision because there's, cars driving 60 miles an hour down McKinney. I mean, Milam, if I were starting from scratch and trying to build a new school, the site at Milam is probably the last site I would pick. So I don't, I'm a little concerned with that idea. And then I would also have a concern that we're targeting a school like Milam because it's got low enrollment, even though we recognize that the building is small. So part of, to your point in the last presentation, Superintendent, there's a difference between a school being low enrollment because it's unpopular and a school being low enrollment because the building is small. And Milam is, largely because the building is small. It's also the only elementary school that serves all of downtown. And so, I have some concerns about that one that I, previously voiced to you, Stephanie. And so, I think that one bears some further consideration. And then the last, I guess, comment I'll make is on slide 17. I appreciate you guys presenting us with scenarios, and I think that's something that I'd like to see more of at the board table is us talking about different scenarios and different options that you're presenting rather than coming with a pre-baked, single solution. So I applaud you for having the scenarios. But I will tell you, the scenarios on slide 17, I don't think any of them make any sense because of the issue that you talked about, Scott, which is it doesn't make any sense to me to go into a school once to handle the priority one issues and then finish the project and go right back into it once you get some more money to handle the priority two projects. I mean, that is disruptive to the campus. It's fiscally, irresponsible to double your cost structure when you have, additional architectural costs, additional construction costs. It's just not a prudent use of money. So from my perspective, it's a non-starter to talk about any scenario where we do priority one in one project and priority two in another project. I think we need to go straight to your scenario that you have on slides 18 and 19. And maybe there should be some discussion about what the particular schools are that are on slide 18. But from my perspective, we need to start thinking about going into these schools and getting everything that we need to get done at that school, and then move on to the next school rather than doing this hit and run multiple projects approach. That's all. Thanks, Mr. President.
Trustee Foreman, I think, said she had a question, and then Trustee Mitchell.
Yeah. I have several questions. I thought I had my light on. I just want to make sure. One of the things I think that, and I don't know if this is a Dr. Hinojosa question or a Larry question, but we often so cavalierly talk about additional money, bonds. And what I'm concerned about is that what our total bond number is and what our capacity is. Because as we continue to add bonds, at some point, we reach our capacity. And so I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. I think we're at like $2 billion in debt for bonds, and with the interest, it's probably closer to $4 billion. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
I think that would be
Pretty close? Okay. So do we know what our capacity is?
The capacity is measured by the tax rate that you can appropriate for bonded indebtedness, which is 50 cents.
Okay, so could you calculate that for me? I'm not as smart as you. So at some point, not today, but could you calculate that and send that to me so I'll have a good idea of what our total capacity is? Because we keep talking about getting in debt more instead of getting out of debt. And I'm just trying to figure out how much debt can we handle. And that's rhetorical, so you don't have to answer it. But just calculate that for me, please. And Scott, I did not see, is Kimball in phase 2? Because I did not see Kimball on the slide. I did not hear Kimball's name. And I just want to make sure the Kimball Knights know I'm down with them.
Yeah, let me find it for you.
Here we go. Is it on there?
Yes, it's on the left.
First column, about 3/4 the way down.
Okay, thank you, I got it, thank you, I missed it. Now, the other thing is that in the scenario with a couple of my schools, I think on slide 4, you have Twain and Turner. And the suggestion was to demolish Twain and add the Twain students to Turner. Well, if you do that, just looking at the current enrollment, that will be 504 students, and the capacity at Turner is 471, so you're already over capacity.
So that one is with Turner having a wing added.
So I didn't see that on there.
I think if you, on the one with the comment section,
Okay.
there's where the explanations are, where we needed to add addition to, because there wasn't going to be enough space.
So, but what does that cost to add a wing? I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, it's right here. Turner
Yeah.
additions.
What slide is that, Bill?
Let me go back.
It's on slide 8.
That's just something to
Slide
think
8.
about, because
Yes, those costs were added, though, as a part of the overall construction.
yeah, the overall construction, but
There it is.
I get the overall construction. But does it make sense to construct a new wing and close down a building when you compare costs? And we'll talk about that. And then the other one was Oliver into Marsalis. You're running up against the same thing in terms of total capacity and how many kids you're talking about moving into those schools. The total capacity for Marsalis, 780, and then when you add Marsalis and Oliver together, it's 759. So that's
10%.
that needs to be taken into consideration when you're talking about closing schools, and then you're going to overcrowd another school. That just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'm not that smart, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. So it's something to take into consideration. And then lastly, on the land sales, we're projecting about $45 million. Is that what we said?
Yes, 45 million.
Okay, so when we sold 3,700 Ross and projected we were going to get all this money from land sales to cover that cost, that didn't actually happen. So I think we need to be very careful as we move into believing that we're going to project these dollars and they're going to show up. Because it didn't happen. That's all I got to say.
Well, let me also add my thanks to the thorough and thoughtful work that you put into this, and as well as the consulting group in the prior slide presentation. Got a couple of questions. I think this first one is on slide 17 regarding, slide 10, regarding the administrative savings that you're talking about. Actually, maybe it appears to be page 10. So you have annual administrative savings due to reduction of 22 facilities. And you also have annual operational savings due to reduction to 22 facilities. I was trying to figure out which was which. I assume one of them is you're not going to have the administrative staff. Like
Correct. So the 13 million, almost 13.8 million is what comes out of my side of the house, so to speak. That includes, for example, we could have the full-time librarian and even an assistant and still have less staff than we are currently having at 2 different sites. So that's an example of one. In addition to that, the inefficiencies of running small class sizes, you usually end up with 1 or 2 at each grade level. When we have like 22 gen ed, but we may only have 11 third grade bilingual, and so on and so forth. So the inefficiencies that are being run at 2 locations now being at 1. So anticipating that might be a question, I will be able to provide the 13 million is real dollars. In other words, I took the specific scenarios or the specific consolidations and re-ran staffing formulas under new numbers, and then saw what that cost was. So it's not the same for each one of those, because they all have different numbers, but I can provide that.
And then the operational savings is things like air conditioning and security and
It's
maintenance.
utilities, maintenance, grounds, food service, all those things. And those were calculated on approximately, I think it was $5 a square foot, because we have benchmark data that shows how much we spend per square foot at our campuses.
Okay, and so that would total to be $23 million a year. So you're figuring that over a 10-year period, you can recover through those savings a good portion of the cost of the new facilities, right?
Good point.
Okay. The P1 and P2 priorities, I think I need to go back to the other slide deck to make sure I know what they are. But when you're talking about the high schools, does that also include at one point I thought we had discussed athletic facilities where every high school would have the same kind of competition gym and all of the bells and whistles. Is that what you're?
Yeah, we did add that in as priority 2 in order to have equity among those high schools.
Okay, if you would mark this part of the tape for me, I'd like about a 2-minute excerpt.
I didn't know.
So, Scott, I was asking about
Other duties as assigned.
priority 1 and priority 2 at the high schools, and what does that mean in terms of the athletic facilities?
As far as the athletic facilities, the competition gymnasiums and locker rooms, all that is included as priority 2, so that we have equitable facilities across the high schools.
Exactly.
Same with the fields.
Yeah, anything at athletic fields like concessions and ticket booths and some of those things. So.
The reason why I'm asking is because I'm going to get a lot of questions on this particular piece. So I thought I saw in the other deck that the priority 3s were referenced athletic facilities. So I just want to make sure that.
That was for middle schools, but all the high schools are shown on their priority 2s, all the fine arts and athletics.
Okay, great. And then, in terms of the downtown location for an elementary school, I've worked downtown for 25 years, and actually having a school right downtown is not really all that desirable because it's so hard to weave your way around the traffic. I actually think that downtown is Ross Avenue as a more, or where Milam is, or someplace that is right outside the downtown busy streets. And then so I think we need to have a broader definition of what is downtown, because it's not convenient if you work in one building over here and you've got to drive 20 minutes through downtown traffic to drop off your kids and then go back to the building. It's usually a lot easier to drop them off just before you hit the downtown traffic.
We've had a lot of conversations with Downtown Inc. specifically about this issue. Angie, be ready to weigh in. But when we talked to them about this multiple times, they said DDI is north of the canyon, south of Woodall Rogers, west of such and such, east of Deep Ellum, west of Deep Ellum and west of such and such. Now, luckily, where City Lab is, that's within their, quote, definition, but there's that homeless facility there. So, I mean, Angie, anything else about, I know this has been a sticking point of conversation with them. We talked to them about Milan, we talked to them about others, and they said, nope, that's not what within.
Yeah, and a lot of it right now is because of, there is a charter school downtown that has a long wait list. So there's a lot of people that are not only living downtown, that are urban residents now with kids. They're
Is that, the charter school that is downtown is
Luna.
Luna?
Yeah, it's in West End.
Okay, that's actually in Deep Ellum.
And that's, yeah,
Oh,
West End.
What's the one in Deep Ellum?
That's the secondary campus. The elementary one is, so there is right now an elementary campus in that heart of downtown, right behind the aquarium, right in front of the aquarium.
Okay.
So but it is the idea that urban living now and the economic development for Dallas is that there's a lot of people either working or living down there that once their kids turn 5 are moving because they don't have an option. And so building out a facility that could house maybe 500 kids, pre-K 3 to 8th grade or 5th grade, you know, that there's a need.
Okay, well, it sounds like you've thought about this quite a bit. I just my perception as someone who works downtown is that it's a pain in the neck, especially when school is starting, to just maneuver down there and driving. Just as we know in our more suburban-looking campuses, lots and lots of parents are dropping kids off in their cars, and so I imagine that would be the same situation downtown. The last thing is the combination of some schools. You have one on there that I find troubling, and that of course is Riley. It's an A school with almost 600 kids in it. It's in an older building, although I was surprised at how low or how high its FCI was, but it's a school that, you know, regularly gets all of the distinctions or almost all of the distinctions. Neighborhood is coming back, and it's a 600, almost 600 kids in the school. So I would be very reluctant to see that one just be demolished and have no school replace it in that neighborhood. That's different to me than a school with 250 kids. This is a real school with an established following, and I'd find it hard to say we're going to demolish it and just move the kids into other elementary schools that are nearby. Thank you.
Trustee Black, you just have your mic.
Well, then I'll speak. So, I guess part of my concern is we seem to be looking at numbers only. Because it's like we're trying to make all of our schools larger. Demolish buildings, and even if you're going to build a new building, and then you're going to consolidate. So it's like we're trying to cut down on the number of buildings overall, and just looking at the numbers. Because as we think about Desavala and Carr, so you want to demolish both of the schools, but build a new school at Desavala, which is somewhat landlocked. And Carr has actually a larger footprint on the land. But what I'm reading appears to be that you want to put a brand-new school at Desavala site and just demolish the CF Carr and leave it vacant for some reason. But we've kind of had this experiment where we put a lot of kids into one school, and at least 100 kids did not follow our plan. And my guess is the charter school in that area increased their enrollment. So we've already seen that happen. And when we go to Oak Cliff and we're talking about demolishing Holland Elementary School, no, it was at Holland. We want to demolish Holland and then put those kids at Bryan. The kids at Holland are on that side of Lancaster. That is the boundary. Lancaster Avenue is the boundary. So you're asking kids to cross over the boundary that we have kept in place to keep them from crossing over the Dart Rail Station where rail tracks, where when they first put in the Dart Rail track, a child got hit and killed. So we put the boundary there for a reason, a strong purpose. And now you're saying we want everybody to go over. And you want to fill John E. LeBryan, which has some other maintenance of physical problems. And maybe you're talking about replacing John E. LeBryan also, but I don't think I saw that. And then we look at Bushman and Peace. You want to build a new Bushman, community will be very happy about that. But then you want to close down Peace. And I know it's only about 1.5 miles away. But then you're going to put all the kids from Peace into Bushman. And that's going to bring us up to, like you put here, about 850 students. And then you want to do the same thing with Miller and Starks, close one school and add kids to the other. But it seems like every school you close, you want to demolish, as if you want to make sure we don't have any other use for that land. You want to make sure that if we have another need for a school or any kind of facility there, we're going to build a brand new facility. So the demolish and consolidation, I'm very concerned about, because we're actually causing parents to take their child to a school further away from home. And if they happen to pass by a charter school on the way, we're going to lose kids. And then we have to think about transportation, because as I said about Holland, if you want to ask parents to take their kids over to Holland, to Bryan, you have to bus them over there. Or we're going to ask them to cross over the Dart rail tracks again. So I'm not sure you guys have thought about some of those aspects, which makes me go back to my first statement that you guys are just looking at numbers. You're not thinking about what the parents and the students might be thinking. And in some of these cases, well, I'm saying in my case, I don't know that I've heard about a lot of these changes in District 5, because I would have brought those things up. I'm very concerned about this draft plan. I'm very concerned about this draft plan and how it's going to impact our students, how it's going to impact our parents, and overall how it's going to impact the district as we continue to lose students to charter schools. But I'll come back again.
Trustee Henry?
So I have a few questions, and they're kind of all over the place. The first, I heard a comment that we're going from 121 projects to 22 projects. Could someone explain that to me?
The 22 projects comes from trying to fix all the priority 1 and priority 2 requirements at essentially the worst 22 schools that wouldn't be targeted for replacement under the strategic facility plan. The 121 schools are in the original bond where we're doing various renovations at all of them, but none of them are getting their 5-year needs wiped out.
Would it take less time to do the 22 projects?
Yes.
Okay.
Overall, yes.
So I think you mentioned another thing. You were talking about other delivery methods. Could you explain that to me?
Yes.
I better take that.
The superintendent will.
We had administration, Scott Lane and his team put a very strong recommendation forward that we be willing to consider alternate delivery methods rather than the sealed bid. And one of those was construction manager at risk. And it does allow you to finish a project faster. You do control costs, but you have to monitor them. But by doing that, we could finish more of these projects faster before the 21 year, if we had availability to use that procurement method. Did I clean that up, Scott and Tim?
So without going into that now, is 22 projects possible without? Is it possible as is with our current delivery?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can definitely do CSP. I think what Tim's alluding to is it'll probably take 6 to 8 months longer with that process than it would with one of the other methods. And the reason for that basically is all the bidding and everything with the other method, the contractor does the bidding.
Yeah. We can go offline with, just because I don't want to waste people's time. The other question, could you just briefly, because again, we can go offline and we have a lot of things to talk about, just walk through what JJ Roads looks like, how you have it laid out? So you have, you're closing, demolishing Dunbar, creating a new JJ Road. Some of the kids at JJ Road are going to Owen Roberts, and some are going to go to the new,
go ahead,
JJ Roads.
That was since we were talking about the possibility of Dunbar students being absorbed. We wanted to have enough. Sometimes we'll say the majority of students are going to X school because that looks like it's the closest on the map. However, then when I get with Velia, we find out many of the kids may live further one direction from the school than the other. So we have seen on that attendance map, we would have some students that it would make more sense for them to go to OM Roberts than to JJ Roads.
So Dunbar kids that end up going to OM Roberts will then have, well, we just talked about this, the option to go to a longer day.
Given the current state of what the board has approved, that would be yes.
Okay. And then, kind of all over the place, I apologize. Did Dan still have? When we were talking about the downtown schools, I just wanted to provide my perspective. One, living in District 9 for a long time and working downtown, and my wife, there is, I believe, demand downtown. I think DDI has talked about it. I think if you look at the charter schools that are downtown, there's kind of proof of it. But I think there's also it's hard to show the proof now because a lot of families that work downtown, like myself, when you have a young child, when you go down to First United Methodist Church or somewhere nearby to have somewhere to put your kids because you're spending so much time at work, they're all at capacity. And they'll joke, if you haven't put your kid and made up a name and put your kid on the wait list, when you started thinking about having a child, you're not going to get access to any of the early childhood options downtown. So there's, in particular for early childhood, 2, 3, 4, there's a huge demand, and it's not really evident because it's not there, so people have to go elsewhere. But that was just kind of anecdotal that I wanted to add to that conversation about the demand for young kids. There are a lot of young parents that work downtown, and part of that conversation, from my understanding, is also there's a lot of people that work downtown, so in the restaurants, in the hotels, an opportunity for them to have some place to put their kids, given they spend so much time on bus or public transportation. So I think there is a demand there. I just wanted to make sure I said that from my perspective. So not a question. And then I had another comment. These schools that we demolish, what is your plan with just the land?
Well, it would be to sell it unless we had another need for it. And the reason we say demolish is, this plan is built on not having to maintain or renovate those old schools. So if we just say we closed and then we build a new one or absorbed, if that school's left there, the day could come where we've got to find money to renovate, which wasn't a part of this plan.
Two other points to that. Their counterpoint. One, we've seen schools that we vacated, if we don't utilize, then they get vandalized and we have all these other issues. Also, though, some of those schools, on the counterpoint to that is, if it's a decent building and we can attract students there, I just got some information that's almost startling, that I got information that Friday we had 557 students. Last year's PEAMS was 156,832. So, I mean, if there is a demand for students, if there is a demand for a specialty school, then we would cut operational costs because we have more kids that have a demand. So there's a counterpoint to that very issue that needs to be further analyzed.
Yeah, I don't know where I stand either way on it yet, but I do know, especially if we're trying to be the premier urban school district and this is a growing urban area, that land is just valuable. So just, I don't know where I'm at with that. Also, when we talked about previous, so this district has closed schools before, and merged schools and et cetera. Can we do some sort of evaluation of how that impacted not only the school, but the community around it, so we might avoid some of the missteps that happened before, or start recognizing some of the positives that happened in other places? But we've done it enough where we should have some sort of idea of how it impacts particular communities, and hopefully avoid the negative and accentuate the positive. So if we can put some thought behind that, I would like to see that, especially before we start really considering this. So I'm done.
Trustee Pinkerton?
Well, thank you.
We only have about 10 minutes left.
Okay, so just want to get some clarification on the plan as it was presented. There is a lot of information here, and I think it's going to take some time for all of us to digest. But my understanding on the proposed strategic facilities plan, so I'm trying to get used to the terminology as well, is that we would demolish 47 schools and build 22 replacement schools. Is that right? 25 replacement schools? Okay, 25 replacement schools.
22 is what's left. Yeah, 22 is the difference.
Oh, okay. So there's 22 net that are closed. 25 replacement schools. So the cost to build the 25 replacement schools is the $954 million. We spend $954 million and we could save $23 million. What would be the cost to remodel those 47 schools? Just so when I say remodel, address the priority 1 and 2 issues or needs in those 47 schools.
Yeah. Well, overall, it's included in those big numbers, but I'll get you separate numbers.
Okay, so let me just clarify, the LRMP condition assessment, all schools, when you say all schools, you mean all schools, you mean phase 1 through 5?
Right.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I did a little bit of math here just to kind of comparing those two categories right there. So the difference from the strategic facilities plan, priority 1 and 2, and the LRMP, priority 1 and 2, is $515 million. So you'd say $515 million in repair costs doing the strategic facilities plan, but you have to spend $954 million to save $515 million. And you can really see it in the bottom line because the plan you're recommending is the most expensive of all the 3 plans right here. So if you just baseline future bond, the 2 million versus the 2.4, or even the future bond needs, the 1.6 billion versus the roughly 2 billion.
1.6.
The strategic facilities plan is a lot more expensive, and it saves us $23 million. So we spend, what is it, close to $400 million to save $23 million.
But the 23 million savings is every year, though, right? It's not one time. So you could amortize that over the life of the building if you want.
Or the next bond when we rethink all of this again. Yeah. So we need to really understand what we're talking about here when we're looking at different options. So we have a shared vision as a board, and you're putting forward this vision. My comment and my observation on this is that it feels to me like a very suburban vision where old is bad and good is new. So any school that's over 60 years old, bad. We don't want that. We don't want to maintain it. We want to replace it. I don't think that's necessarily the case. If we go to other parts of the country, if we go to other countries, there are school buildings that have been around for 200, 300, 1,000 years, and the attitude toward them is to maintain them. So just that statement there. I will also say that this seems to be a great plan for families who have transportation, because we're really talking about tearing down neighborhood schools all over our district, and families that do not have transportation, whether it's one car and dad goes off to work and mom doesn't have transportation during the day, or whether it's no cars it becomes very difficult to attend a parent conference, volunteer at the school, go to the PTA meeting, pick up a sick kid from school. And when we say, well, it's not a problem because we'll provide transportation, what we forget is that we're asking very young kids to be at the bus stop at 6:15 in the morning. What time is that family getting up after a long, tiring day the day before? So this, I think there's an intangible here that we're not looking at, and that is the utility to the community of having a school in the neighborhood. And I for one, will be having community meetings to try to understand from my communities what that means and what that utility is to them. So just a final observation on CMAR. I'm a little perplexed by the conversation around this because what I'm seeing from this is that we don't have a lot of money left to spend in the bond, but we're worried about hurrying up to spend it. And so there's a mismatch in there. And I also don't understand, I don't quite follow the math in terms of how much that we have to spend because I'm seeing, what I saw up there was phase 1, 346 million, phase 2, 590 million, so it's a total of 936 million out of a $1.6 billion bond. So that difference will be 664 million. So what am I missing in terms of available bond funds?
Well, I know we've got about 85 million that is in program contingency and staff cost. That's not included in any of these numbers.
And does that include the 100 million for technology?
No, the 100 million for
And
technology
100
would be
million
on
for
top of that.
technology, okay.
So to that 930, you add that remaining
85.
340,
like
yeah,
100.
you add the 85, and then you add the other 342, I believe,
Okay.
for the phase 3 through 5, and
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So Trustee Marshall had a
Yeah, so two quick comments. One, I guess, to my colleagues. I'm perplexed by some of the conversation here because there's been a million times that we've talked about schools in the past, and this board has chided the administration for not having a long-range facility plan that tried to rationalize the number of schools that we have and to try to make sure that we're not throwing good money after bad by building new schools while we've got schools that are under-enrolled and in poor condition. So I think we need to pull up and realize that, this is the attempt of the administration to do what we've been asking them to do, and I'm grateful that they're doing it. The other second thing that I'll say real quickly to build off what Trustee Henry said is the O.M. Roberts situation with the option of the O.M. Roberts kids to go to either Long or Dade. It will destroy Long and Woodrow if you double the size of Roberts and keep the option for Roberts kids to go to Long. You can't have, there's already 560 kids there at Roberts, and you're talking about adding 500 kids to that, and and then the vast majority of those are going to choose to go to Long. And so, that's a major, major, major concern of mine before I could get involved in approving that. So thanks.
Okay, trustees, well, it is almost 2 o'clock, and so I'll just close off with a couple comments. So first of all, thank you. Thank you for the staff and the administration for putting this together. If we go back and we look back at many of our board meetings, and I'll be glad to catch the video segments about what Trustee Marshall just mentioned. We've heard a lot about discussion around this table about why don't we consolidate schools? Why don't we consolidate schools? Why don't we consolidate schools instead of doing this or that or the other? And now we're hearing, well, no, let's not touch any of them. Let's not do anything about it for, a number of reasons, and, completely valid and understandable reasons. Consolidating schools, changing boundaries are about as close as you can get to thermonuclear war in the school business. And so that's just fact. And so thank you for, putting together a bold plan with some really, I think, long-term thinking. Again, We asked you to do this long-range master plan. We asked to have a consistent set of data that we could use to make decisions. As I preface this discussion, this was going to be a tough discussion, and it's going to set a lot of minds reeling and thinking and visiting over. Excuse me, Trustee Foreman, I'm
talking to them, not you.
Yes, but I am trying to, it is my turn. I did not speak when you were speaking, so I'll ask that you please
them, not you.
do the same thing. While I respected your opportunity to ask questions. So I am, it is, I have the floor. These are political decisions, and I think that that is something that was made very clear, and I tried to make clear when we started this discussion. So I, for one, am not surprised at all about the discussion we've had today. I'm glad we're having this discussion. It's a bold discussion. If other people don't want to have changes in their district, that's fine. We can move all the District 1 schools to be replaced first. I'll be glad to take that opportunity and put that on the table today so that we can move forward with those replacements as soon as possible. Just because other people do things a certain way doesn't mean we have to do them a certain way. I think we need to right-size the number of our schools. I don't think there's any doubt about that. This board has told the administration that. The administration listened, and they're putting forth some proposals. Some may not make sense after they're looked at. So there may be a different set of schools that may make more sense. I'm certainly ready to move forward to start having the continuing discussion on this. So with that, it is 3 after 2, and thank you very much, everybody, for attending this board briefing. We are adjourned.